bag a whole room, listen. True crime cafe, coffee, black eyes, red files on the table, cold cases, cold dread, seeking the truth. Ink stains on his hand, pics on the cardboard, string lines, map land, busting these cases, long nights, tight grind. Everything will be fine. He repeat that line, blue crew backs him, keep him on track, one step from the edge, they pulling them back. True crime cafe, when they go to softball, seeking the truth, pay the real cost. Gotta find answers, gotta make time, busting these cases, walking that line. True crime cafe, when they go to softball, hoping he can answer just a few. Yo, true crime cafe, when they go to softball, say it with your chest, this the true talk. Solving the bullshit, lies in the booth, paper plates, cheap meals, chasing down proof, praying real quiet, hands on his face, fighting for the next meal. In another cold case, street talk, tip line, voices on mute, he dig through the dirt, searching for a root, true justice, distant, like it changed address, but he still take notes, never half step. True crime cafe, when they go to softball, seeking the truth, pay the real cost, gotta find answers, gotta make time, busting these cases, walking that line. True crime cafe, when they go to softball, thinking he can answer just a few talk. True crime cafe, when they go to softball, say it with your chest, it's the truth talk. True talk. Yeah.
What's up, this all fucking crazy out there, right?
A true crime cafe, they go to softballs, cold brew, cold case, chalk lines on the gloss.
Seeking the truth, finding the time, files on the counter, grind with the grind. Blue crew backs him, keeps him in line. Sirens in his pocket, eyes on the sign. Got a wall full of faces, string tied tight, every red pen circle, another long night. True crime cafe, where the real ones bleed, busting these cases till the lost get free. Gotta find answers, gotta make time, everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns.
Off in the bullshit, praying low real. Knuckles on the table, fighting for the next meal. True justice far out of view. Smoke in the doorway, what else can he do?
Hoping he can answer just a few names in a notebook, voices breaking through. True crime cafe, where the real ones bleed, busting these cases till the lost get free. Gotta find answers, gotta make time, everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns.
Standing on the sidelines, lying on repeat. Little campfire, fiction for the front row seat. Day after day, same story, same spin. You dress up the rumor like it's evidence, then grin. You point at a case, say look at that man, but you don't got a screenshot, don't got a plan. You talk about a white car like it's some smoking gun, but every single detail falls apart one by one. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray, every word you throw, someone pays, we gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Fog lights blazing, you still mumble in the haze. Goofy gray static, every channel, every day. You shout, I got proof, but your pockets stay bare. Just echo in the alley, just dust in the air. Just another idiot, storytelling every day. You build crooked houses out of things you can't say. You sell loaded rumors like they're holy signs, while family sits shaking on the other side of the line. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray, every word you throw, someone pays, we gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. secondhand rage. We want hard facts, not your costume show. Turn the cameras to the damage, let the real story glow. Let the real story glow. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Standing on the sidelines, lying on repeat, little
1960 on the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds. Phone glow, floor cold, heart race. Can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes. Nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. My brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Only thing I don't know is why. Can't tell right from wrong tonight. Bethany wants to go, I hold too tight. Everyone is super nice, but nobody knows my soul is cold as ice. Fake crying in the bathroom glass. Red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think.
Crime Cafe, where they go to sauce balls, seeking the truth, finding the time, busting these cases, everything fine. Blue crew backs him, keeps him in line. Gotta find answers, gotta make time, solving the bullshit, praying for real. Big Daddy Meatball fighting for the next meal. True Crime Cafe, can you feel that grind? Digging in the dark for a twisted storyline. True justice hiding far out of view. He's hoping every night he can answer just a few. Camera on the counter, coffee going cold. Hours every day, chasing what he's told. Keeping it real, never read from a script. Just a man with the mic and a tight, tight grip. Clicking through the files, faces on the wall, names in the notebook, hearing every call. If the system sleeps, then he won't rest. Puts the weight on his chest, puts it all to the test. Crime Cafe, can you feel that grind? Digging in the dark for a twisted storyline. True justice hiding far out of view. He's hoping every night he can answer just a few. Find answers, gotta make time. If nobody listens, who draws the line?
What's up, this all fucking crazy out there, right?
A true crime cafe, they go to softballs. Cold brew, cold case, chalk lines on the gloss.
Seeking the truth, finding the time. Files on the counter, grind with the grind. Blue crew backs him, keeps him in line. Sirens in his pocket, eyes on the sign. Got a wall full of faces. String tied tight, every red pen circle, another long night. True Crime Cafe, where the real ones bleed. Busting these cases till the lost get free. Gotta find answers, gotta make time. Everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. Moving the bullshit, praying low real. Knuckles on the table, fighting for the next meal. True justice far out of view. Smoke in the doorway, what else can he do? Hoping he can answer just a few names in a notebook, voices breaking through. True Crime Cafe, where the real ones bleed. Busting these cases till the lost get free. Gotta find answers, gotta make time. Everything will be fine if the truth aligns. If the truth aligns. If the truth aligns.
Shadows move slow, like blood on the snow. 4 young souls, Idaho, a scream swallowed whole. Who will know? The truth hides deep where the dark winds blow. Police lines blur, whispers in the air. Prosecutors stare, but do they even care? No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night. Lies in the system, black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy, too high the cost. Evil's a whisper, a knife in the dark. The system creaks, the machine won't spark. Conspiracy hums like a vulture's mob. Broken lives, just ashes in the park. Corruption's a shadow, it devours the weak. They silence the truth before it can speak. No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night. Lies in the system, black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy, too high the cost.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. We are open for business. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, whoever you are, wherever you are. I hope you're having an amazing day. It is Thursday. It's cold. I hope you're staying warm. And it's great to be back with you guys here in the cafe. It's great to see you all. Again, guys, today we're going to be talking about something just a little slightly different in Idaho. there's been a lot of other situations that have happened in Idaho, and I've been just wondering for days now, actually longer than that, but mostly recently days. Is there any kind of a connection between these other situations that have gone down, or is it just coincidental as they want us to believe everything else is? So we're going to delve into that. There's quite a few. There's some Sam Martinez, Hudson Lindow, Hannah Cleary, Caden Young, and there's quite a few others, guys, that situations have happened. And I think it's time we look into this together, see what, if any, there is a connection. If not, okay. Either way, we're going to talk about it and see what we can come up with. I appreciate you guys joining me. Please make sure to hit the like button if you will, and share this out. And mainly, folks, again, as we've been told from the moment this case started, nothing ever happens in Moscow. But is that true? I mean, because look what we're talking about, you know? So make sure, again, you guys hit the like button. Make sure you share this out, if you will, and let everybody know what we're doing here. And that being said, you guys know what comes next. So let's just do it.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the truth
1 second, but all right, you guys, sorry about that. Welcome everybody to the cafe. It is great to be back with you guys today. Sorry, my wife called just as my intro was ending. Sorry about that. Great to see everybody here today. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're all having an amazing day, staying warm because it's not warm here. Looks like we got 78 peeps in the house, 52 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. Please and thank you. It is great to be back in the house with all of you. Again, guys, we're looking into the, of course, everything Idaho murders related, but we're looking into connection or coincidence. There's been many other situations and deaths that have happened, not just in Idaho, but surrounding Idaho, Pullman, WSU issues, things like that. So we're going to be talking about that today and seeing if there are any connections or if it's just coincidental that these things have happened around this area, you know, since nothing happens in Idaho, just saying, in Moscow. We're going to look into that too. So, you know, I shaved my beard off days ago. I can't believe you guys just noticed it today. Days ago. But thank you. Let's see. All right. Come on in and grab a seat. 82 peeps in the house. And we got, where'd it go? 58 likes. We're catching up. Let's see who we got joining us today. The Mikey's in the house. The last 24. Good to see you, brother. Miss Heidi Smith, welcome back. Miss Tanny's joining us on her lunch break, I'm guessing. Great to see you, Miss Mikey. Or Miss Tandy, Miss Mikey. Wow, you guys, I'm losing my mind here. I'm reading and breaking up. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Jesse Lynn, welcome back, dear. Always happy to have you here. The Canadian Cat Lady, welcome back to you. And Miss Jen 7, hello. Welcome to you. Sleuther75, welcome back. Chocolate Dipped Strawberries, welcome to you. West Virginia Chick, great to see you. And Sleuther75 in the house again. Beth Wagner, welcome to you. Care Bear, welcome back. Double B, welcome back to you, Beach Babe. Miss Michelle F, welcome to you. Gwenda Mueller, welcome back. Wonderful to see you today. Sarah D. Irish in the house, guys. Make sure, if you have not yet done it, that make sure you check out Miss Sarah over on X. Everything Idaho 4, Miss Sarah has put together so amazingly and organized. It's awesome. She's done a great job over there. So please go check her out over on X. Please and thank you. Satire 777 in the house. Welcome back to you, CJ. Great to see you down the rabbit hole to hell. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I love your name. Steven, the discussion. Is that kind of like Mike the Situation? That's who we got in here. We got Mike the Situation in the house. Good to see you, Mikey and Steven. Right Turn Clyde, welcome back to you, my friend. Always happy to see you guys here. Lisa Hawkins, welcome. Actually, I need a haircut, guys. I got to trim all this down. But thank you. I appreciate it. I think you guys are just seeing me from a different angle. Paul Star, welcome back to you. DKM, welcome. Great to see you today. Kimmy Harbaugh, welcome. Great to have you in the house. I see a whole bunch of white guys. That's a whole bunch of new names in here, and I'm loving it. In Stitches in the house. Good to see you. Welcome. For those of you that are newer, guys, you have to get used to me. I do take time to greet each and every single person before I start my show, every live stream, because I appreciate every person that's here. So we do take a little bit of time to get into what we're doing. I hope you can have the patience for that if you are newer. If you're not, you know how I do it. And you're here still, so that means a lot. And holy hell in a handbag. Looks like Sluther75 dropped 10 new memberships already. Jeez Lord, we're going to get rid of that white very quickly. Thank you so much, Sluther. And Grace Kirk, welcome to you as well. Let's see who is jumping in the sauce with us today. Looks like we got Colby's 275, a Sudi Basic. Gail G 74, Ashley's Activism, Floss McShugel Rhyming Rambles. Welcome to you guys. Colleen Proburger, good to see you. Norma Fralin, Aquarian One, STL Baseball Mom. Hey, need some Z's. All of you guys, congrats and welcome to the sauce. Great to see ya. Appreciate you guys so very much for jumping into sauce. And Sluther, God bless. That's so very generous of you. Thank you so very much for sharing and gifting out those memberships. We appreciate you more than you know. Got 10 new meatballs jumping into sauce with the rest of us, helping us fill that sauce every day, guys. Welcome and thank you again. Janet, 75 Finn, welcome. Sluther, 75 again. Just gifted 10 memberships. That's absolutely amazing. And thank you again. I have no words. So very generous. Colleen Proberger. Let's see. Tomboy's in the house. Trolling Discord, huh? How am I trolling Discord? Kelly Coker, good to see you. Again, Grace Kirk, welcome to you. The White Elantrophile's in the house. Oh boy. Welcome to you. I love the name. Excuse me. First time ever? Well, I hope you enjoy it and want to come back. Stop looking. Sorry, I can't help myself. I was looking at Discord and I seen all my blue crew, all the freaks that they are. Cat K, good to see you today. Cheryl Mims, welcome to you as well. Moonflower's in the house. Welcome back, dear. Always happy to see you guys. 190 beautiful peeps in the house. 68 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match. Marty Fodro, welcome to you. Slide in for a minute. Appreciate you. And the positive Miss Paula here as well. Always happy to see you. Isabella Mars, welcome to you. Good evening. You must be overseas, dear. Great to see you. Kathy Buhner, welcome. Buhner. I hope I said it right. Either way, welcome, Kathy. Wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Of course, Miss Tandy again joining us from on her lunch break, I'm guessing, unless you're on vacation or something. Again, guys, please make sure to hit the like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And make sure you hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that we're doing. Paco is in the house. Good to see you, Paco. Thanks for joining us, brother. You are so welcome, Moonflower. Always, my door is always open to you, dear, and you know that. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. I don't think I've ever pronounced her name correctly. CAO Kane. Is it Cocaine or is it just CAO Kane? Either way, welcome. It's good to see you today, dear. Excuse me. Getting ready for work. I hope you're not working too hard, Miss Marty. Wonderful to see you today joining us. I appreciate you very much. 123 beautiful peeps in the house. 78 likes. We're catching up. Miss Vivian, wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. We're about to kick this off here in just a minute, guys. I'm trying to give everybody a chance to pop in so we don't have to start it over again. Just saying. All right, let's see. Hold on here 1 second, guys. Let me put this together. I'm just trying to put something together here, guys, real quick. My apologies. Bear with me. Aurora Rain, good to see you. Italian Girl, row 76, first timer here again. Another one. Love seeing all these new faces and names. Very grateful to have you guys in the house. Again, I hope you guys enjoy yourselves and want to stop back by again. Yes, we do appreciate you, Aurora, so very much. Took off work, got my coffee, kitties, and blankets in the cafe. Hey, nothing sounds better to me. I want to thank all of you guys. Also, those of you that joined us last night over at Devil's Advocates for the Crimes After Dark show. I appreciate you guys showing up there very much. Appreciated, and looking forward to seeing you guys there again tonight. For those of you that like to check us out over there at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. Always a great show. Wide Sud 79 says, why do we pronounce the word foot like foot? Foot. I don't know what you're going to confuse me here, Suds. Good to see you, brother. Richie Rich is in the house today. Good to see you, brother. Again, Italian Girl, welcome. Wonderful to see all these new faces. Truly, truly it is. Guys, please, if you are new here and you haven't been here for a while, take a look down below. There's a little dollar sign at the bottom in a square down there. If you click on that and you go under membership or under gifting and allow yourself to receive gifts, you just might receive some memberships because we have some very generous people in the house here. So do it for yourselves if you want to be a member, of course. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to throw some out to you guys and give back just a little bit, guys, if you will. And there you go. 5 new memberships jumping out real quick to help out with a little bit. Throwing some more meatballs in the sauce today. It looks like Janet Us, Sud 79, Italian Girl, row 76, Miss Diane 8275, and Miss Mommy all received new memberships. Welcome to the source. Forget about it. I appreciate you guys being part of the family, and hopefully you'll choose to stick around if you'd like. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All of you. Always happy to have you guys here. New meatballs. Jules Amore, good to see you. What comment is that, Miss Tomboy? I did see your comment. I mentioned it about me looking around the Discord or something. Coca Bonds, welcome to you. Oh, well, thank you so much, Moon. God bless. Again, yes, welcome everybody that's new. I appreciate you all joining us. I would like to believe that this is an amazing community. I'm very proud of this community. We're all very welcoming and comforting, and it's a very open platform. I give everybody the opportunity to jump up and speak their mind if they choose. And we discuss these things. And again, you can have many different, thoughts and opinions, and you're not going to be attacked for it. That's one good thing about this community. Well, thank you. I very much appreciate your comment, Moonflower. Very much appreciated. Empty the mailbox. That I didn't see, but what are you talking about? I could be tagged to train tracks and still wouldn't receive one for some reason. I'm blacklisted. I don't understand that either. I don't know if it's because you're in Canada, but that doesn't make sense because we've had people get them from overseas. All right, Tandy, thank you for joining us, hon. I hope to see you a little bit later this afternoon. Don't work too hard, dear. Oh, that thing. Yeah, I got to empty that again. It's getting over full. Hemi's in the house. Good to see you, brother. I appreciate that, Moonflower, very much so. You are so welcome, Italian Girl. Hopefully you'll want to stick around. I hope you enjoy the community as much as we do. And enjoy being here. Yeah, I definitely got to clean that out. I know, Tomboy. I was just looking at that this morning, too. It's starting to load up again. Big B16, IP Freely in the house. Good to see you. You can be the new Jeff H. I don't think we need a new Jeff H, buddy. You can just be you. That's freaking cool for the new people. I used to give them very wacky. Yes. Crazy stuff, isn't it, bud? It's got 136 peeps in the house. 90 likes. We're about there. 10 more likes to hit that algorithm, and we are good to go. And we appreciate you as well, Aurora. And there's the link to Devil's Advocates, guys. If you have not yet subscribed to Lee and the Devil's Advocates over there, guys, please make sure you do. You don't want to miss out on anything they put out. Great content during the day. Lee always puts out great shows, and at night together as a huge community, we come together and we put out really amazing content at night. Crimes After Dark show is always a great discussion. So please make sure you don't miss it. Oh yeah, it's cold as hell and we got snow coming down again. It's crazy. Pennywise, what's up? I received a free membership last month for which I am grateful. Wish I could buy one. Oh, no. You're still a part of the family, Penny. Whether you're green or white, blue, purple, it doesn't matter. Once you've been here for a period of time, you're part of the family anyway. So you don't have to become a member to be part of this community. That's why I don't do members only shows. And no offense to anybody that does, don't take me wrong. I don't do members only shows because I don't feel that it's fair. I've never done it. I don't think it's fair because there's a lot of people that can't afford to become members, and I get it. Okay. And I don't want them to miss out on the people that aren't members to miss out on the things that the people that are. So I just have never done that for that reason. So I don't want anybody ever to feel like they're left out or that they're not part of something just because they couldn't get a membership. You know what I mean? That's just always the way I've been, and I'm always going to be that way. So please, don't ever worry about that. Yes, I am definitely a part of, from what I've been told, I'm a part of the Devil's Advocates. Our community is as well. And I'm very comfortable over there, and I'm very happy for that. So you are absolutely welcome, Heidi. I've never believed in that. And like I said, again, it's nothing against anybody that does members only stuff. I respect that fully. I get it. And I even asked my Blue Crew, I said, do you guys think I should start doing these things? I've never done it because I've never been comfortable, because there's people that come through our community that are on a fixed income that they come here because this is the only entertainment they get throughout the day. And sometimes it's the only people that they get to interact with, you know. So that's why I always ensure that I interact with each person in my community at least once if I can, because you just never know. That may be the only person that says hi to them that day. It may be the only person that they get to talk to or be around that day to some aspect. So in turn, again, if I were to start doing members only shows and this and that, and they don't have a membership, somebody doesn't have a membership, they can't afford one. That's not fair as far as I'm concerned. I don't want that to be that way. Okay. I just don't. I don't want anybody to think that they have to be forced into becoming a member just to be part of something that we do here anyway. So I'm never going to be that guy. I'm never going to have that be that channel, guys. I just can't. You know, I feel bad about it. I would feel bad about it. So it is what it is. So it is, you know, that's nothing. There's never an expectation of any kind of donations to the channel. If you choose to do that, we do appreciate it because it does help pay bills to keep me going. But you don't have to, guys. It's free to be here. The only thing that I ever expect anybody to do to help us out, if you can, is to just hit that like button one time and share this out and let everybody else know what we're doing here. That's all we care about, guys. You guys being here is enough for me. So that's what matters. 1 minute here. Good point there, Tomboy. I did that once, though, but we'll see. That's a good point. Robin Lynn is in the house. Miss Robin, always happy to see you. My boys, welcome back to you. Josie West, always a pleasure, dear. Absolutely. It's an honor for me as well, Miss Robin. Woke up in 84's in the house. Good to see you today. Let's see. Michelle. Oh, I did see you already, but hello again. Grace Kirk again. Wendy Z2E2E, I think. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. 152 peeps in the house. 108 likes. Sorry. Barico, welcome to you. Oh, yeah, that's one of my toys. It's one of my toys that I put together and customized. I'm a big toy collector, folks. For those of you that didn't know that, I have all sorts of action figures. My mods call them dolls, but I have all sorts of toys around me. I collect all sorts. I'm a big kid at heart, so my toys and my musical instruments and you guys is my and my family, of course. You know that's my life. So doesn't take much to entertain me. Miss Essie's in the house today. Welcome to you, Essie. Great to see you. You are not late, Miss Paula. Never, and you know better than you have to apologize for that. Again, thank you all for joining me today again. And Miss Amanda as well. Oh my goodness gracious. I got the amazing moderators from Devil's Advocate joining us as well as the co-producer. It's an honor today. For those of you that aren't familiar with, I know most of you are probably familiar with the Idaho 4 case, okay? But there's a lot of other situations that have happened on and around and about with the Idaho 4 situation. There's been a lot of people that have been lost throughout and around that area. Hudson Lindau, we all know that about him. We all know about Hannah Cleary. There's another gentleman that lost his life over in Washington by the name of Sam Martinez. And there's some other situations too. And we're going to look into these today, you guys, because I get emails, so many emails daily. Okay. And people bring these things to my attention and they request talking about it. They request, can we discuss this? Can we look into this and that? And I'm here for you guys, obviously. So hence the reason what today's show is about is a connection. Is there a connection or is it coincidence with all these other lives that have been lost? Is it possible that there's a connection between what happened with the Idaho 4 and Hudson Lindau, Hannah Cleary, San Martinez, even maybe? I mean, I think Sam's was more of a fraternity, which we're going to look into, a fraternity hazing situation, which is still very plausible with Hudson Lindau. And we have some other people too. There's just a lot, okay, that has happened in this area over a period of time. And there's even more, guys, going back into the 90s and so on and so forth, that makes you just wonder. So we're looking into it. We are looking into it. There's been a lot of loss. That's fact. And anything at this point with this case is very plausible at this point, you guys. Truly, there isn't. There's so many connections. It's like a giant ugly spider web, Miss Robin said, and I agree. I do agree. You are absolutely, yeah, there's another one. Good call, Smiling Sleuth, Jason Gray. There's also Haley King, Emma Mills. There's a lot, guys, that I didn't even throw into my title because there's not enough room. But yeah, there's a lot. And we're going to look through this, and we're going to look into why. Let's see. P.E. Ateb, welcome, and thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Dale Harrison, great to see you, my friend. Yeah, there's a lot of names and students and people that have been lost. There's people that aren't students either that have very weirdly and sadly lost their lives. Excuse me. Richie says, also, whenever you put in to look at the dispatch calls, there's some crazy stuff going on around there. It's not the quiet area that they always say. Some weird calls come in, and at the end, it says no report. There's never been. My videographer, Molly, she's not in here right now. I was talking to her this morning a little bit. But her and I, and Last 24 were looking into stuff. Mikey is another one of my awesome mods. We were looking into stuff a couple years ago, guys, and found that almost every call, Molly pulled call logs for a couple years from Moscow PD. And I don't know if anybody realizes this, but every call that they were on, minus, I think, one call that we had pulled up, 2 calls, there's no report taken. The only time there seemed to be a report taken is if there's a hospital trip involved or something like that. That being said, that's kind of odd to me that they're not taking reports on anything. And I think it's in some senses because people are going to look into the crime in the area before they bring their kids to this university. Think about that, okay? So I'm just wondering if that's what it may be. Just saying. Big spider web for sure. We got 173 peeps in the house, guys. 120 likes. We are getting there for sure. Or the system was down that day and didn't record to online. Yeah, there's another one, Mike. Good point. No reports, no crime. Exactly, Heidi. They don't want anybody to look at this little town and say, it's such a nice, beautiful place to move to. Yeah. Okay. Our megastars in the house, Miss Meg. Great to see you. Saber Sleuth Tiger. Very creative name. I love it. Great to see you. No report, laziness, or covering up, or a little bit of both. That's a great point. End question there. Stitches. Bariqua. Web of lies is no lie. Yes. And Amanda said, hit that damn like button, y'all. Amen. Thank you, Miss Amanda. We got Scab. Moderators hooking up over here, helping out. And there's our own little Miss SRBBBB lurking while doing your chores. Thank you for being here, dear. Okay, that's 3 times. No more saying that dirty word. Oh, okay. Miss Donna Salamander, great to see you. I'm being summoned. Be back soon. Yes, Miss Amanda, no problem. They hide crime. Simple. The number of students has increased since 22. That's right. See? Good call. Good catch. So today, guys, we're looking into what happened with Sam Martinez at WSU. We're looking into Hudson Lindau. We're looking into Hannah Cleary. We're looking into Caden Young, which we all know a lot about what happened. And there was nobody held accountable. They're trying to say that some of this was hazing, some of this was accidental, some of this was one of these was due to a drug overdose that people were arrested for, and then there was no accountability. Why is that okay? Somebody tell me how and why that's okay, because it's not to me. So we're going to look into all these things and see what we come up with. Terry H., welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. You're a good person, very thoughtful. This is my first time ever making a comment. I really appreciate your comment, Terry. And not everybody is comfortable enough making comments. I did receive, by the way, somebody, I want to thank you to who you were. I saw the name, and I'm not going to say the name out loud because they don't comment normally, so I don't want to put them out there like that. But I did receive another gift via our wish list. More coffee, guys. I'm not going to run out of coffee for a minute. Thank you so very much, and God bless, because I do love my coffee. So you know who you are. I got it today. Thank you. God bless. And I am beyond grateful, more than you know. And we appreciate you watching. They said they don't normally comment, so that's why I'm not going to throw their name out there to put them out, to the world. But we appreciate all the people that are not commenting, that are still watching. That means a lot to us, guys. It really does. So thank you again. Yeah, SRB, do you know if there's any updates on Cassie's kitty? How Peanut Butter's doing? Welcome, Paco. You're absolutely fine. Take your time, Saber Sleuth, please. It's Rui Manu, welcome to you. Creamy Rogue, great to see you. Miss Colleen, great to see you. Be careful out there driving on them crazy roads. If it's pretty bad out here. They're going to do the surgery at 3. Okay, so there is definitely a blockage then. Hopefully he'll be okay. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate that. That is the link to our Amazon wish list and how we put together a lot of our equipment and stuff that we use for the live stream. And of course, people had me throw coffee on there because they like to send me coffee. So it's there. And I appreciate anybody that does choose to support us that way. It's never, ever expected, folks, but it is so very much appreciated. We have, it's snowing right now. It's like a blizzard outside right now. And we have about 2 inches on the ground. Good old crazy bipolar Ohio weather up in Northeast Ohio. K-Dips, welcome. Great to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Going in blind, huh? Well, they'll be all right. He'll be good. He'll be good. Poor guy. I feel so bad for Cass. Poor thing. She's been dealing with a lot with him past couple of days. It's not fun. And her kids, too. Yeah, it's getting old already, Heidi. It's getting old already. And we didn't even have it truly for the day that we wanted it. So, all right, guys. Looks like we got 171 peeps, 136 lights. And the first thing we're going to delve into, guys, we're going to look into. You got about 2.5 overnight. Yeah, we're supposed to get more, I guess. SRB and stitches. The first situation we're going to look into. I don't have highlighter. Sorry, my wife just scared to death out of me looking for a highlighter, and I don't have one. I need one. When I get my printer and I'm able to start printing documents for the folders that I got and file them in our filing cabinet, then I'll have highlighters because I'm going to be highlighting like everything. But I don't have one. I don't know how you're. I don't have one, hun, at all. I'm sorry. I don't have a highlighter anywhere. I will need one though when I get those files. So I got to get that printer. That's the first thing I need to do. Anyway, sorry guys. The first part of this we're going to delve into is the case Sam Martinez. If anybody's not familiar, you will be today. It's kind of a really sad situation. It really bothers the hell out of me. And again, I don't know that this one of any of them would have anything to do, but I wanted to add this in because it's something that needs to be known as well. And I blame the fraternity on this. Okay. And again, we don't know what the deal is with the Idaho 4 yet. 100%. So you never know. Okay. We're going to delve into that one first. That'll be the first part of this. And if you guys know about Sam, please bear with me, guys. If you already know the story and all that stuff, please just bear with me as we go through this part of it. And for those of you that don't, you will learn today for sure. I got a couple different things on this for you. Let's see here. All right, we're going to start here. I couldn't decide which one I wanted to start with. Willie's in the house. What's up, Willie Will? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today.
I literally didn't say anything. What silent and scary.
Again, another awesome channel. Guys, make sure to drop Willie's link out there. Truth Nation Uncensored. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us, as always. And I did it again today, you guys. I'm sorry. I always forget to drop this link. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. One second. Give back Clifton welcome. One minute here. All right, here we go, guys. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody wants to join me up here today. You're more than welcome to express your views, opinions, thoughts, theories, any of that. Or if you just want to hang out up here next to me because I smell good, it's up to you. whatever you want to do. On we go. Again, we're looking into Sam Martinez first. We're going to go through some stuff, discuss this, what happened with him, how it happened, why, what's thought of, and then we're going to move on through the rest. So again, thank you all for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way in. Miss Leah, good to see you, dear. And Willie Will, what's up, Willie? Good to see you, brother. Malaka, how are you?
I fucking hate being up by myself, so I figured I'd come up and chat with you.
Bro, it's always good to have you up here. I appreciate you joining me.
Yeah, man. What are you going over and shit?
All right, so I've had a lot of emails asking about this. I thought about it myself too. There's been a lot of other people that have passed on around Idaho, Pullman, Moscow, different weird situations. And the point today is it connected or is it coincidence, period? Or is there nothing at all to it? But some of these people believe there's connections between what happened with the fort and some of these people. So we're going to go through it today.
Well, I mean, you got to understand, bro, like, just looking at it, say Brian was involved, right? But there were other people involved with him. I'm assuming those other people that, got off or went somewhere aren't just going to live, happy lives. They're still going to,
something's going on. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here's the thing. There's been talk. We know for a fact how Caden Young died. It was a drug overdose based on 2 drug dealers in the area that got off scot-free. Okay. And it was rumored that those 2 may be involved in the Idaho 4 case. We don't know. Hudson Lindau situation, they said he drowned in a creek, accidentally falling, hitting his head, drowning in a creek. This was somebody that was very close to Ethan Chapin, and one of the rumors was...
They always say that shit, man. I mean, they say people drown in 2 inches of water, people drown in their bathtub all the time for whatever reason, somehow.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And he's a fraternity. We know that there's hazing that goes on, waterboarding, all sorts of other stupid shit. The rumor is that Ethan knew something about that, and then all of a sudden Ethan ends up murdered. So it's, again... Is it a related situation? We don't know, but we're going to look through this.
Because Ethan, now, did Ethan stay over every single night at that house or no? Did he have some nights where my
understanding was he was there a lot more recently, but he also had his own apartment too, because he wasn't allowed back in the.
So that's what I mean. So like whoever did this, dude, had to have like been certain that like Ethan was in that house. They had to have some kind of knowledge that Ethan was in that house and didn't, go back for the night or something like that. I mean, if this is your night to do this and you've been planning however long they've been saying, yada, 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 like you're going to know all this information of who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. But the only way to get that information is to have some kind of connection and knowledge, right? But they're saying there's no fucking connection. So how would Brian like telepathically know, if Ethan was going to be, if Ethan's the biggest struggle in the house, right? Yep. Why would you even approach that struggle unless you had a problem with that person, in my opinion? Because they left Dylan alone, right? They left Bethany alone.
100%. And see, there's the other thing. Like Donna just said, she heard that Hudson was at that house the night it was at a party. Well, gee, look at that. Interesting, isn't it?
And then the whole Hunter's phone, him not having his phone, the phone being at the house is still sketchy to me. Hunter having the bloody knife and never looked at as a suspect is still sketchy as shit to me. Because, like, what if they went in the house and Brian Koberger was in there with a bloody knife? Now all of a sudden it matters, right?
Yes, sir. 100%.
But because this guy was maybe friends, maybe not friends, somebody's boyfriend with the inner circle, he gets a pass. I can't wrap my head around that, dude.
I agree. I do. All of it. None of it makes any sense, but all of it is absolutely sketchy as hell. 100%.
It makes sense. It just makes sense in the aspect of, they really, really wanted to make it Brian Koberger, and they were not going to, nobody was going to tell them it was going to be anybody else, whether there was evidence on anybody else, whether they even, whether they had 100% evidence on somebody else. It was like, just seems like it was always going to be Brian, no matter what they did.
Well, yeah, and that's another thing that this, in a sense, could help prove that Brian didn't do it in some senses, because if we prove that this has a connection in some other way, but not to Brian, well, that takes him away from that too, in another sense. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, dude, by now we have 4 or 5 years that have gone by. And I'm telling you, dude, like, I'm assuming as a parent, you come to a time where, of acceptance, right? And Brian has gone through everything. He went through the sentencing, all that shit. And his dad is not okay with any of it, dude.
No.
So, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
For those of you guys that are newer to the community here, Willie here, again, his channel is Truth Nation Uncensored, and I want to make sure the link's out there so everybody can subscribe. Willie grew up in the same area and went to the same school that Brian did. Knows out Brian. Willie is friends with people.
His mother taught me in 8th grade, for fuck's sake. Like, I knew his mother before I knew him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Brian's mom was a teacher, by the way, for those of you who didn't know, and taught Willie in class. So Willie and I,
she taught English in 8th grade. I'm sure. Right. I'm sure if like, because I was looking, I want to go out to my dad's to see if I can find because I only found my sister's. I don't know if she might have retired and moved grades when Brian went to the high school as far as what she was teaching, but I know damn well for a fact that she was my 8th grade English teacher. Because I know who my 8th grade reading teacher was and who my, math and everything like that. And I just know that Miss Koberger was my English teacher in 8th grade. You know what I mean?
Nice. Right. And again, still the same woman she's always been. They've always been a great family, like very good people.
Oh, yeah, she was nice.
And that's another thing we were going to talk about towards the end of the show is how Howard Blum has come out trying to be more of an asshole, saying that after the interview that Melissa Koberger did, that she's not being forthcoming. She's not being 100%.
He needs to fucking stop. I mean, that guy needs to stop because Rich, Rich, the guy you played the interview,
Rich.
My conversation with Rich. Like when I talk to Rich, he's really, really good friends with like Brian's sisters and shit. It's you know what I mean? So like I know it's really being said, and watching MSM like flip all this, man, I just don't have the energy to keep fucking
right.
You know what I mean? Because people don't care. It seems like they'd rather listen to the.
This is why when I see stuff like that statement being made from him, like she's not being completely forthcoming with everybody. I believe that she thinks this. Well, that's your belief, idiot. That doesn't mean it's true.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to attack people that do that because it's wrong. It's not.
Okay, Meg.
He's still going with the things that have been proven to be wrong. With he cleaned his car with bleach, and Melissa watched him do it, and this and that happened, and it's all lies. And these people should be held.
I swear to God, dude. I asked him like this. I asked him just like this. I said, Mike. I said, because I didn't want it to be long. I just wanted to be quick and shit because it was like around Christmas time and stuff. And I didn't want, I didn't want a 15, 20-minute long conversation in a parking lot. I needed 2 answers answered and I got him. And just the look on his face of like, just somebody who I can't even explain it, man. It's like he knows what they did to his child, but he looks so helpless because the only thing he can do is tell random people around him that his son is being framed, and that's just so sad, dude.
Well, and for those of you that aren't understanding this, Willie's talking about a conversation he had with Brian's dad, Michael Koberger. Okay, and
because Michael's dad's like not Michael's dad. Brian's dad is who's doing like the shopping and getting everything. Like his mom is not like at a good place, so like his dad is kind of the one that everybody's seeing out and stuff like that. And
his dad's having heart issues too, guys. Think about that too. The stress that's brought on is probably brought on by that.
So they're unable to really visit him much and stuff like that. It's messed up.
It is, and it would think about again. I feel like. And I've been advocating for his family as much because they've been attacked by people as of even if Brian would be the
that's what got me started in this, dude, was them attacking his parents.
And that's what exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even if he were the one that did this, they didn't do it. They have nothing to do with this. Like,
but then they always say, it's the parents' fault for raising a monster and not keeping an eye on their kid. Bullshit. His parents his dad was a janitor, his mom was a teacher. Brian had no time to get in trouble in school. Brian didn't get in trouble in school. He wasn't a troublemaker kid. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I just don't know. Everybody clung on to that just because they thought that he fought or something.
It's sick, dude. And they're a God-loving family. They're very passionate. Even in Melissa's interview, she was like, "Well, I don't really want to talk much about this and this and that in our struggles because they're nowhere near as bad."
And you heard Brian said flat out,
families are going through. That's how caring these people are. You know what I mean?
And you heard Rich say literally flat out, dude. Like all Brian, he said that all it seemed like was Brian just wanted friends, man.
You know what I mean? Just wanted to fit in. Yeah.
Is that? And I guess that wanting friends makes you a fucking incel. I don't know. It's crazy.
It's dumb. It's dumb. We're going over what's up, Becky? Good to see you. We're going to be covering the possibilities of connections or coincidences with the other people that have passed on around the Idaho Fort situation area, as well as Pullman too. to see if there is possibly a connection, and if not, that's all. So, welcome for those of you that have just jumped in. And again, I'm gonna run this video first. The first person we're gonna be talking about today, his name is Sam Martinez. He went to WSU, which we know that WSU and Idaho are very, very closely related. They do a lot of things together. Kids from Idaho go take classes at WSU and vice versa. So they all know each other too, guys. Same with the teachers. So
and then if I randomly pop down during the video, it's because I have to go get Lee off the bus, but then I'll be back up.
no, you're good. You're good, dude. Take your time. Jules asked Willie, does Brian's dad know that there are people out here that are still fighting?
Yeah. So like I didn't open my phone and show him my subs and all that, but he has my information on the channel. That was all given to him before I spoke to him by the person who, is I mean, they're family basically. So I knew I didn't have a lot of time because he was leaving and it was out in the parking lot. And I just wanted two questions. I just kind of, let him know who I was and stuff like that, which again, he probably is, doesn't know who to trust. And that's why I wanted to give my name and everything so he can go back and speak to his wife. But the one thing I really wanted to know is, do you truly think Brian is capable of doing something like this? And he just in that question, he said, absolutely not, Chris. Like, my son is not capable of doing something evil like this. And that, and once he told me that, I could see in his face, he was genuine. And like, we're talking 4 or 5 years down the road, Brian's so close to his parents. I'm sure he would have came clean and been like, this is why I'm taking a plea. Cause I got screwed up this, but no, that's not what I'm seeing. Like, my dad or my mom would be like, yeah, my son's a fucking killer. Like, they proved him guilty, yada, yada, yada. But yet his dad's a complete opposite, still fighting. And that shows me a lot.
Same question he had with Jeremy Saba's mom at CBS that day, where he said, Brian didn't do this. And she said she was one of Brian's best friend's mothers. And I think she's a teacher too, right, Willie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So again, she said, no, not the Brian I know. And then Michael Koberger, and this is all in the Patterson book, said, that sheath wasn't there when they said it was. Yeah. There was a lot of drugs within that house. Things like that.
Fucked up. To be honest, dude, and I'm not saying this to be cool or anything like that. I wasn't I didn't get in a bunch of fights in school. It's just I was fucking huge, and I was just, not out of my mind. I know what you mean. I don't know how to explain it, but if you told somebody that I went to school with that I did some shit like this, they probably have more of a fucking, possibility of believing it just because how fucking nuts I was and shit. Brian was never like that. Brian didn't fucking get into fist fights. He didn't train. He didn't do none of that shit, man. He literally focused on school and then his health. And then, I would just see him with a whole new clique during my time in high school. And
he was a normal guy. Like Rich even said, they would get high and he would talk about girls. That's what you do when you're a teenage guy, period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's nothing abnormal about that. So
yeah,
still.
And I hate bullying. So if I would have seen, any kind of bullying we saw and shit, especially with the juggalos and stuff, we just jump them after school. So we never saw Brian get picked on or jumped. The only thing I saw in grade school was, people give him shit about his weight and stuff. But from grade school to high school, he lost a lot of weight and all that went away.
Right.
Especially seeing that he was hanging out with Skylar, because Skylar was in the cool kids clique. You know what I mean?
Right.
But Skylar was a runner, which would make sense on how him and Brian met. His interview is great too, because he's showing that I'm jogging around 2-3 o'clock in the morning with this guy, and I was never scared. He never mentioned anything crazy to me. Yada yada yada. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just hard to believe all this.
It is truly.
If I had somebody that would, call me and say, yeah, he was, sometimes he would do some sick shit. He would do this, he would do that. I would tell everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just worry about the truth.
The thing is, nobody's ever come out with that in any interview that they've done, whether it be with Casey or Rich or anybody else they've done it with. They cut all the positive shit out of it and just leave the negative that was there. They turn it into negative, period.
Yeah, exactly.
And Rich said that himself. He goes, in that interview, you guys that were here for that, Rich even said, he goes, dude, fuck mainstream media. He goes, they were trying to paint a picture of some kind of monster, and that's not what it was about. There's your answer right there, you guys, period.
Yeah. And then every time Rich started talking remotely neutral or good about Brian, they would cut him off. And it's that's not how news should work, man. The truth is a fucking truth.
Yeah. Right.
It is sad, Tina. I was bullied in grade school because my weight, I was a little bigger, but then I I turned it into muscle, and then I'm gonna say I was the biggest person in Pleasant Valley in my high school years. But my best friend Steve is gonna tell you he was more cut than me. But as far as mass, nobody had more mass than me and shit. So like, dude, I hated bullies. Like if somebody was bullying somebody, I'd fucking challenge them after school just because they were picking on somebody. Like I didn't give a fuck if anybody did something to me or whatever. But people who weren't able to defend themselves, where these bigger kids think that they can just. I hate that, dude. I hate bullies.
Exactly
bro.
how I was. I would just go after people if I saw them bullying.
Oh yeah, dude. We didn't care.
That's the same way I was. I hate bullies. I hate bullies. I always hated them. I was bullied in elementary school because I was a little chubby kid. I grew out of it. You know what I mean? But once I got to high school, anybody that I saw,
and that's what I thought happened here. I thought maybe like his students or his professor pushed him over the edge to where he snapped. Instead, he just goes off and kills some random people, and that's where But anyway, I'll let you. I know we've been talking, but
on we go. It's all good. It's on we go, and thank you again for joining me. But I appreciate you
man.
Here, absolutely. And whenever if you got to jump down to go pick up Leah or whatever,
and I'll be back.
Pop back in, no problem.
No problem. Who's down there? Hey, Hem.
By the way, welcome, Hemi.
These charges are very minor charges against these 15 people. And
wait till you hear this story, guys.
15 Washington State University fraternity members are being charged in the 2019 death of Sam.
Is this new?
Tonight, Sam's parents speak about those charges.
Record-breaking heat today as temperatures soar.
No. This happened a while back. Like 21, I think it was. The year before, I think so.
I got you. Okay.
Into the 90s and triple digits across Washington, and we should have one more hot day for tomorrow before some relief on the way for the weekend.
Plus, we have covered the long-shot effort to split eastern Washington from its western half and create a 51st state. Now, several eastern Oregon counties are pushing to join Idaho. We'll tell you why it's extremely unlikely to happen. Good evening, and thank you for joining us for Crime News at 11. I'm Mark Hanrahan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Regina Ahn. Well, the Whitman County Prosecutor's Office is charging 15 people in the 2019 death of Sam Martinez. The people being charged were members of the fraternity at Washington State University at the time of the freshman's death.
The announcement comes months after the Pullman Police Department finished its investigation into Martinez's death. Our Ian Smay spoke with Martinez's parents earlier tonight about the charges.
Whitman County Prosecutor Dennis Tracy announced that he will be pressing charges of furnishing liquor to a minor to 15 people in relation to the death of Sam Martinez. This is the next step towards criminal penalties for those who may have been responsible for Martinez's death. But for his parents, it doesn't necessarily mean justice is being served.
it is not justice for us. We live every day with the loss of our Sam, and
this is what every single person,
it's unbearable.
every single family in the Idaho Force should be saying, Dago, right here.
These are very minor charges against these 15 people, and none of it can bring Sam back.
Prosecutor Dennis Tracy decided to press charges against 15 people in the 2019 death of WSU freshman Sam Martinez. He was found dead of alcohol poisoning after an Alpha Tau Omega fraternity event. This is double the amount of people that charges were recommended against by the Pullman Police Department.
Oh.
These weren't pressed after the statute of
So
All right,
they'll charge 15 people for one person, but when it comes to 4 people, they have to stick to one perpetrator. I got it. Okay.
Matthew.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Krista.
Hey, what's up?
What up?
What up?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting.
Yeah.
What's it on yours?
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. This story gets even better. On we go.
limitations ran out during the police department's investigation. A disappointment for Martinez's family.
Those would have been much more meaningful to us and much more equivalent to what the circumstances actually were that happened that night.
Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins told us earlier this year that the investigation took more than the 1-year statute of limitations for hazing for 2 main reasons: multiple interview subjects having left Pullman due to breaks from school, and problems accessing his cell phone to look for evidence. This has led Martinez's parents to call for changes to be made to Washington's hazing law.
Hazing should be considered as a felony, and there should be a bigger consequences on these.
Furnishing liquor to a minor, the charge the 15 people face, is a gross misdemeanor in Washington. It's punishable by up to a year in jail and a $5,000 fine. Whitman County Prosecutor Dennis Tracy didn't want to talk on camera about the case, but he says he also doesn't feel like it's substantial justice for Martinez or his family, but it's what he can do. He also added that it's the highest number of charges arising from a single drinking event that he can recall since he started as the prosecutor, and that this could serve as a deterrent to binge drinking. A deterrent for actions that Hout says led to an avoidable death.
If just one person had stopped or said stop, if one person had called for help when Sam was in trouble, Sam would still be with us right now. And that's really hard for us to live with.
We should also note that the family did file a wrongful death lawsuit against the university and the fraternity. They say that has been put on pause due to the criminal case. The fraternity was suspended by its national organization and the university after Martinez's death. In the newsroom, Ian Smay, Creme 2 News.
New tonight, Washington Governor Jay Inslee is joining a handful of other states to incentivize getting vaccinated.
Yeah, so tomorrow, the governor, alongside the Washington State Lottery Director, will announce what exactly followed suit, and the incentives will be unveiled tomorrow at 2:30.
Sorry, that had other news on it. My apologies. It was different thing. Anyway, that's just one of them. I have something to my other ones. This is ridiculous, though. Truly ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, here's another. This is from Creme. These were put out February 3rd of 2022, but the crime happened before that, or the death happened before that. I'm sorry. Hey, Fizzy, fizzing around in here. Good to see you.
Appearance this Wednesday. The rest are currently set.
The investigation into the death of a WSU freshman at a fraternity party. Sam Martinez died a year and a half ago at an Alpha Tau Omega pledge event.
Now, as of tonight, more than a dozen current and former fraternity members are facing misdemeanor charges for their involvement in what happened that night. But none of them are facing more serious charges. Police tell me they do have a pretty good idea of what happened the night Sam died. So we wanted to know what happened in this investigation and why are those involved in Sam's death not being held directly responsible.
It was very challenging in a number of different ways.
Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins has seen hundreds of investigations over the years, but none quite like this one.
And we talked to, I believe, over 70 potential witnesses. Most of the witnesses are not Pullman residents. These are the types of interviews that we don't want to do over the telephone. Also, there were many of the witnesses were reluctant witnesses and didn't want to get their friends into trouble.
According to the police report, WSU freshman Sam Martinez died the morning of November 12th after a night of drinking with current and prospective members of the Alpha Tau Omega fraternity. It was a Monday night. Records state Sam and at least two other fellow fraternity members started the night with a half-gallon bottle of rum. By around 10:30, witnesses say it was almost empty. One member described Sam as really drunk. Another recalled seeing him being carried down the stairs around 11:30. They said Sam was eventually put to bed next to a trash can. He was discovered not breathing the next morning around 8:30. The coroner later determined Sam had already been dead for several hours, the result of acute alcohol poisoning. His blood alcohol content was 0.372, almost 5 times the legal limit for an adult, though Sam was just 19 years old.
If just one person had stopped or said stop, if one person had called for help when Sam was in trouble, Sam would still be with us right now.
Pullman police immediately started building a case for criminal charges. They got search warrants for Sam's iPhone after his parents gave permission to access it. But it turns out that would not be enough.
We did not have the expertise or equipment to be able to do that ourselves. And so we found a vendor that is a nationally recognized vendor, and they kept working on it, and they never were able to to crack the phone.
Pullman police tell me they strategically allowed the 1-year statute of limitations on hazing charges expire, believing they would ultimately find enough evidence on Sam's phone to be able to pursue felony charges for manslaughter. It's why they brought in that outside vendor, Celebrite, in hopes of cracking Sam's phone's security. But here's the thing, even if police are able to get past a phone's security measures, they often need to get into individual messaging apps like Facebook or Snapchat. The police chief tells me there's no way to even know someone's Snapchat username unless they're given that information. And in this case, he says Snapchat was never able to give detailed enough information about Sam's specific account or messages. Detectives say they saw notifications from Snapchat on Sam's phone from the morning after he died, but they were never able to get in and read them, even though they believe that information could have dramatically changed this investigation.
It's not a new problem. Snapchat and other apps, even tech giants like Apple, have been increasingly reluctant to share security bypass information. After 2 terrorist shootings in San Bernardino and Pensacola, Apple famously refused to create a backdoor for law enforcement despite a court order, saying their promise of privacy and encryption are paramount, and that a backdoor, even for police, could weaken security for millions of customers. Snapchat, too, is highly protective of customer privacy, but is also limited by the short-term nature of its platform. According to its law enforcement guide online, snaps or messages are permanently deleted and unavailable once they are opened. If a snap is unopened, it may remain on Snapchat servers, but only for up to 30 days. Pullman PD did get search warrants for both Snapchat and Facebook content back in February of 2020, 3 months after Sam's death.
Now, we all know that Snapchat is an issue, especially in this case, and been in many others, okay? But we all know that it's a problem, and these things shouldn't be an issue, okay? If a police department is truly investigating an investigation, they should have absolution to be able to get that kind of stuff, is all I'm saying. But just saying. Thank you, Christine.
But both came back with no new evidence for Sam's case.
It's just unbearable.
In the meantime, Sam's family has filed a lawsuit against Washington State University and the national organization of Alpha Tau Omega, saying the culture of hazing is what resulted in their son's death. 15 current or former members are now charged with furnishing alcohol to a minor, a misdemeanor that carries a maximum penalty of 1 year in jail and a $5,000.
So a lot of people have brought up, well, hey, Scooby, good to see you. Tammy, welcome. And Astastic, great to see you. Thank you again for the Discord message. I appreciate that. Ariana, welcome to you as well. But a thought came about with this case about the fraternities and the sororities having an involvement. I'm not saying they do. I'm not saying I believe that. Welcome, Redline. Great to see you. Okay, but here's a point, guys. This is something just to think about from time to time with this stuff. 15 people. Think about that. 15 people are in some form of trouble. Not enough, but some form of trouble. Jennifer Meineke, welcome to you as well, dear. If the fraternities were involved in a situation within the Idaho 4 situation, that's why we're covering this today. One of the reasons, okay? And they didn't want anybody to talk about what went down, maybe the fight that went on supposedly, maybe some other things that happened, so on and so forth. You shut people up, okay? That's just it. You shut people. They don't want to talk about, maybe Ethan was going to come forward with what he believed really happened with his friend Hudson. And we're going to get into Hudson's situation here soon too. Sorry. Welcome, Max. And we've already been through the Greek life thing. It's not the greatest situation. So if you want to shut somebody up and you don't want to, I did, Astastic, thank you. And you don't want people snooping in your fraternity or sorority, so on and so forth, you're going to shut them up. So again, I'm not saying that's what happened here. What I'm saying is it's an interesting thought. That's all.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know a lot about it, like Greek life, to even make it like.
There's a lot of dark and secrecy and stuff like that, Krista. It's a lot. There really is.
My age too doesn't help either, because
right.
And I didn't really.
Let me throw this at you real quick. One of the main rules in a sorority.
Mm-hmm.
I read it 3 years ago. And it's like number one, if a death were to occur, you contact the head of your sorority before you contact anybody else. Are you serious? That's the rule.
That should be
Now,
legal.
whether or not anybody follows that rule or not, it's written in the bylaws. Okay, and that's ridiculous to me, but it's there. That'll tell you how these organizations are. I'm not saying that they're all bad. I'm not saying that these rules are things that people always follow, but
Dylan did.
It sounds like it. You know what I mean? So welcome, Phenomenal Mom.
Wasn't it like wasn't Emily her big?
Yes.
So look what she did. She called
Mhm.
her.
Right, and then she calls Emily. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. So yeah. They all have lawyers. Yeah, they always. Colleen's right. They always have lawyers on standby for these fraternities and sororities too. What the hell? Come on.
Yeah.
And the college, the university itself was involved immediately, just like yesterday when we were watching the interview with Ken's. She made a statement, and I still struggle with this in my mind. She made a statement. What happened to Hemisphere? He was here and then he was gone. She made a statement that they got an email from the university at 12:15. Okay. We know that Nunez responded and was there at 12 o'clock and 23 seconds. 15 minutes. I think you were here for this, maybe not. But we talked about this yesterday, how I can't believe that the university knew about this that fast unless they knew about it before police responded. You see what I'm saying?
So like they had time to gather, like put up an email, get an email together and send it out and actually pick the people. Like, think about it. Like they send an email. That's like some whatever they had to write in there. So like right away they
Yes, it is absolutely insane. And Sabretooth has a point. This is exactly how it's written too. The rule explicitly states that an MPD have a contract, which we know Lee found this contract that MPD has with the university, with the sororities and fraternities, okay? Has a contract to do the same thing with the university. They must notify the university first. Does anybody else have a problem with this? Because I do. It's a huge problem to me.
Who are they contacting? Like who are they calling?
They're going to contact the leader or the president or of the fraternity sorority, I guess. Yes, that's true, Meg. Very good point. And it's 100% protected by the university and legalese. It's stupid.
They're going to send their kids. I mean, like you think twice about sending your kids somewhere like that.
I mean, they're all like this, though, Krista. Any university in the world or in this area in the United States, I'm sorry, not in the world, but they seem to have the same type of bylaws for the sororities and the fraternities, and that's great until somebody dies. I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry. Still, Lisa, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Like they haven't shut down that type of, I don't know, like no more.
They have laws that protect it. That's the other problem.
Yeah.
It's all contractual and it's all legal. And that's what blows my mind. Good to see you, Blue Devil. All right, on we go. Yeah, and that's another thing. Phenomenal Mom's correct. The Masons, okay? The Masons is another secret society in a sense that has created the fraternities. It's kind of crazy. So
yeah.
Or fine.
These charges are very minor charges against these 15 people.
After the prosecuting attorney reviewed this case, they determined that.
And there's Janky, folks, the police chief that resigned. Now, mind you, this is the same police force that had sexual allegations against them for sexual misconduct with students, so on and so forth, with multiple officers. And we have the chief, assistant chief of, I think it was WSUPD, and the lieutenant or the captain. They all retired early so that they wouldn't get in trouble for what the allegations were against them at Washington State University Police. Again, all of these things together are insane to me. 100% insane that they're just washed over like it's no big damn deal. There's problems in this area between Washington and Idaho and Moscow, Pullman. There's big issues in these areas, folks, and it's just not okay. It's not. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate that, hon. It is just not okay. Okay. Scott Green being involved in the entire Idaho 4 investigation from the moment it dropped to the very end is a problem for me as well. He shouldn't know anything about it, but he knows it all. He was involved in every single meeting that they had. Everything that went on, he knew about it right away. That's the problem.
Of the university.
That's a huge problem. All he does is he runs university. He's not an attorney. He's not a police officer. He's none of that. He shouldn't be in. It'd be no different than you or I, Krista, being involved in their meetings. You don't have the right to be there. None. But you're in everything that they're doing. Everything. Come on. It's bullshit. Anyway, thank you again, SRB. And I want to thank anybody again, guys. It's never mandatory. It's not anything anybody ever has to do as far as supporting our channel via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and all that stuff, guys. We don't expect it, but we do appreciate it because it does keep these bills paid so I can keep coming out here day after day. So thank you again, SRB. And thank you to anybody that chooses to support us that way. God bless. Moving forward.
The only charge that they could substantiate was the furnishing liquor to a minor.
What evidence would have changed that on his cell phone?
Well, we could have found some texts between some of the parties involved and Sam, maybe apologizing for something or making some type of statements that would lead more toward culpability.
It sounds like you're fairly confident there was wrongdoing. And in this particular instance, those people may never be held accountable.
That's true. Yeah, like as I mentioned, there's some things that I think we don't know. There's things we weren't told, and so I think there are some people out there that were more directly responsible for Sam's death, and will have to carry that with them the rest of their life.
An agonizing reality for Sam's family and the hope of justice for their son.
None of it can bring Sam back.
Does that sound familiar?
Now, I'm told there are options for smaller police departments like Pullman to help with this type of technology problem. Larger metro departments like Spokane Police or even the Spokane County Sheriff's Office can sometimes assist. Also, the Washington State Patrol told me it often helps out departments with limited resources, and even the FBI can sometimes step in to use its state-of-the-art technology. Now, when I asked Chief Jenkins about whether or not he pursued any of those options, this is what he told me. He said he's confident that with the attempts by our regional partners and Celebrate, he says, we have exhausted that path. Now, the National Organization of Alpha Tau Omega also issued a statement after Sam's death saying it does not condone hazing or providing alcohol to minors, and that any individuals who do so should be held accountable for violating the law. The Pullman chapter of this fraternity has now been suspended at WSU at least until 2026.
We obtained body camera footage from the Pullman Police Department. It shows the immediate aftermath after Martinez was found dead that morning as officers responded to the scene and began interviewing members of the fraternity. The police also found video from the social media app Snapchat showing the event from the night before. It's giving us a previously unseen look and firsthand account of the events that led to the death of a 19-year-old beloved by his family and friends.
Sam was he was such a goofball. He could make everybody laugh, but he had this really loving, gentle side that I really loved about Sam, and that's how we connected a lot.
Loving, dazzling, a gentle soul, all words used by Sam Martinez's friends and family to describe the late 19-year-old from Bellevue. Nicole Ballard says she knew Martinez for 8 years and considered him to be her best friend before his death on November 12th, 2019.
Sam was a huge part of my life. He was like a little brother that I didn't have and a best friend.
Martinez was found dead the morning after an event at the Alpha Tau Omega fraternity chapter at Washington State University. The Whitman County coroner determined that he died of alcohol poisoning. Through a public records request, CREM 2 obtained body camera footage and Snapchat videos used as part of the Pullman Police Department's criminal investigation. Videos on Snapchat from Martinez and others show the events the night before Martinez died. It was Big Little Night, an event where freshman fraternity members are paired up with an older member who acts as their mentor or family. That night, Martinez found out his big brother would be Wesley Oswald. Oswald's interview with police was captured by a body camera.
They all showed up. I had two littles, him and another guy, and I had a half cow. And I never once forced him to drink. I just had a half cow. And, he took a good amount of pulls, and he seemed like he was okay.
According to those who spoke with police, it was tradition for a big brother to pass down the family drink to their little brother. Police heard allegations that the older members of the fraternity possibly hazed the pledges or new members, including by trying to get them as drunk as possible, according to police records describing interviews with some of Martinez's friends.
It was big night, and all the pledges were hazed to drink a fifth of vodka each, and heard that he was just left alone for a long period.
Some of that drinking was caught on Snapchat shot by Martinez himself, but another fraternity member, Finn Anderson, told police it was a choice for the younger members.
Like if they want to do it, like it's Big Little Nights, you're like yes, like we have alcohol.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Out and drink all night and stuff like that.
Records show witnesses told police Martinez was heavily intoxicated by about 10 p.m. After originally laying him down in fraternity president Luke Hawksford's room, Martinez was moved by Oswald and a group of freshmen.
So we just took him down to the chap's room, laid him down on the couch, put his head down so he stood up, like he wouldn't choke on it. And then I checked him at least 3 or 4 times just tonight. I with other people, and every time he was good, he was asleep. And I just got woke up this morning and he wasn't.
Martinez would be found dead, face down on the couch the next morning. Ballard got a call from her sister with the tragic news.
I was very shocked to see that it was Sam that had passed. He just he has this light that you just want to be around, and it's beautiful, and I feel so lucky that I got to spend so much of Sam's very short life with him.
His blood alcohol level was 0.372. Heavy drinking was part of what Ballard says was a toxic culture that Sam had described.
He shared with me.
For those of you that don't know, that's very, very high. Okay, like 3-4 times legal limit. It's bad, very high. So just welcome, don't be hating, just so you know.
Some of the stuff that.
And again, like they said, this happened in 2019, okay? That fraternity was shut down until just this year. And I don't even know if they're open back up yet at Pullman, but they were shut down that long, okay? But that's all they did. This kid's gone. Like, there's nothing to bring him back to his parents, and he's gone. So again, it makes you wonder sometimes, Turkey Creek gal, welcome to you. It makes you wonder sometimes, if people, okay, we know that 3 of the victims in the Idaho 4 were no longer with their sororities, and Ethan was not allowed to be because he was on suspension for his grades. But there's reasons why they left their sororities too, guys, and it makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder, because all these want to do is fit in, be part of the situation, be part of the group, okay, and the things they got to go through sometimes to do it.
Right.
And some people can only take so much of this shit, and then they're like, you know what, this is nuts. I'm going to say something to somebody. Maybe think about that. Maybe somebody said or has said in the past, I'm gonna, this is too much. Somebody needs to know about this. And then boom, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. So
to me, it's not a secret that they drink, right? And if you think they are all underage at that age, right? Or in freshmen. So
yeah,
not, it's known. So it's like, how do they say we don't provide alcohol to minors when they're
right? Yeah.
That's
right. Loving it up. Welcome to you. Here's the thing: is sometimes the speed that you ingested in is what has something to do with that in some aspects. You know what I mean? If you take it in very quickly, and yeah, you're gonna start bringing it back out. But in some senses, it doesn't happen that way. And if you pass out too fast, your body's not able to put it back out, and then you know what I'm saying? So. Plus, some people just can't handle it at all. There's people that have allergies that they don't realize to certain alcohol. There's people that have other issues with alcohol. They just don't know it until it happens, and it's too late sometimes. So there's a lot of different things with this that it should not be encouraged the way it is. And they shouldn't feel, in my opinion, they shouldn't feel the
pressure
to have to be a certain type of way to be part of this organization. It's just, that's not right. So just saying.
Was happening at Alpha Tau Omega, and just the terrible environment that
it reminds me also, if you guys think about the Riley Strain situation, what happened in Tennessee, and again, just think about that situation too, guys, along with this. I'm just saying.
Created, I think Sam was very stubborn sometimes, and so he was always saying that he could do it, that he could get through it.
WSU suspended the fraternity until May 2026.
What's up,
In the
Scully?
loss of recognition letter, WSU made a strong statement saying if the allegations were true, Alpha Tau Omega had violated the university's hazing rules. But Hawksford, the fraternity president, refuted this to police the morning Martinez was found.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really trying to crack, ever since I've been president, trying to crack down on hazing, because my freshman year, we went through a membership review, which you might know about, and I don't know all the reasons for it, but, part of that was hazing. I mean, I got hazed. So we know, what happens when you do that.
But no one has faced hazing charges. The statute of limitations ran out by the end of the investigation. Pullman Police Chief Gary Jenkins said this was due to a number of factors. The largest were trouble accessing applications on Martinez's cell phone and witnesses not being fully cooperative. But 15 people, including Oswald Anderson and Hawksford, are facing charges of furnishing liquor to a minor, a gross misdemeanor in Washington, punishable by a year in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both. For Sam's friends and family, the charges don't mean justice is being served.
It is not justice for us. We live every day with the loss of our Sam, and it's just unbearable. These charges are very minor charges against these 15 people, and none of it can bring Sam back.
Wesley Oswald and Luke Hawksford declined to comment for our story. An Alpha Tau Omega spokesperson also declined to comment because of ongoing litigation. Our attempts to reach Finn Anderson were unsuccessful. One of the 15 suspects is set to make an appearance this Wednesday. The rest are currently set to appear on July 9th. In the newsroom, Ian Smay, Creme 2 News.
Sorry, I got disconnected by mistake.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So again, guys, just a horrible situation. And there again, it's not the only one. Okay, we have other things going on. There's another case that we were looking at in the backside of things too, the Aguilera situation where she supposedly fell.
Oh yeah.
17 floors, and I don't believe that either. And again, college students, so on and so forth, blah 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 blah. What? There's things that are not okay, and these kids, I call them kids because they're way younger than me. They don't seem to have a fear of consequence or any kind of a fear of authority, and think that nothing's going to happen when they do these things.
They're too naive or too stupid. Not only stupid,
Well,
too naive.
that too. So
they don't know better. They don't take the thing seriously. That
Well, there's no
consequences, like you said.
Yeah, there's no that's a good point too. Very, very good point. Anyway, let me get into something else here. I'm sorry. 1 minute.
Get some help filling out.
It's like they just don't realize how much, first of all, how serious and how just, I don't know, I guess it's just their age.
Well, I guess, but some of it has to do with parenting. I have to feel like some parents have not instilled values and morals in some of these kids. They just don't care. You know what I mean?
I was trying to think of the way to say that, but you said it good. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's another welcome, Karen Folquist. Good to have you here. That's why we're doing it today, Karen. Absolutely. And I appreciate you joining us. T. Kuhn, good to see you as well. So this is another situation. This came out. This goes along with Sam's case and situation, April 28th to 23. It's kind of interesting. And again, we've talked about case law being presented and laws changing after these things that are happening, like Idaho, Delphi, stuff like that. This here, again, something that they're trying to sign into legislation called Sam's Law. Okay. So Anonymous Mystic, welcome. Breonna Aguilera. Yeah, that was the other case I was talking about. Yes. And there needs to be full accountability. There needs to be total accountability, just as much as there does in Idaho 4, that there does with the rest of these situations. And a couple of these other cases, you guys are going to blow your minds, you guys.
Remember
this one pretty much looks like a hazing situation, a fraternity, typical fraternity thing. I'm not 100% sure, but there's still issues here because there's no accountability. There's minimal accountability. And they're basically slapping them on the wrist and saying, don't do that again, guys, please,
Right.
It's insane. It's insane. It's not enough. This is a loss of life. There's parents out there whose child, their only child, was about to start his life and never got a chance to because of this.
What a shame, man.
100%. So.
Elaine, this is we're looking ahead at some significant update in our legislative process here on Monday. This is legislation that your family has been working on pretty extensively. What does it feel like to see those efforts finally come to fruition?
It's wonderful to see this coming together. It's been a 2-year process for us, and we're coming to the end of that. House Bill 1002, the Sam Martinez Stop Hazing Bill, had unanimous support at every step of the legislative process, and I'm really proud of that. We had more than 1,500 people from across the state sign in there as supporters of the bill. They emailed, they called, they testified, and I really feel like we started a movement to raise the visibility of hazing that is still happening on college campuses and to bring an end to it.
You mentioned starting a movement here. I was wondering if you can kind of reflect with me on what the response has been like as this bill has progressed through the legislative chambers. I mean, what's the sentiment that you've seen during this process?
Right. Thanks for that question. This is the second of 2 bills that our family has advocated for. The first one, passed last year, is known as Sam's Law, and it increases education and transparency around hazing incidents on college campuses. So that was the first really important step to raise awareness about hazing and to make it more visible so that students and families would have accurate information to help guide their decision making about which organizations they might want to join. This year, the second bill is called the Sam Martinez Stop Hazing Bill, House Bill 1002, and the governor will sign that on Monday, and it increases the criminal penalties for hazing. Right now, hazing is a misdemeanor in the state of Washington, which is the equivalent of stealing a shopping cart. And this will increase hazing penalties to be a gross misdemeanor, or in cases of serious injury or death, it becomes a felony. And so I think what's important is that together these 2 bills really will help dismantle toxic hazing culture on our campuses. And that feels so incredible to me, to be able to say that Washington is sending a clear message that we have no tolerance for hazing, and we actually mean that. We're going to put some teeth behind that. That's really important as a message to our young adults and to their families. We have had just an incredible amount of support along the way, including from Representative Mari Levitt, who has been our chief sponsor for both bills in the last 2 legislative sessions, but from hundreds and literally thousands of people around the state and also around the nation who have chipped in, helped out, called, emailed, and supported this legislation to try to protect young adults in our lives. I can't think of anything more important.
And so it was well received by even our elected leaders. It says a lot, obviously. You mentioned kind of the facets of this new bill, increasing the criminality from a misdemeanor to a gross misdemeanor. Do you think this is what it takes to eradicate this type of behavior?
I think criminal penalties alone are enough. I think I think of these as a package of reforms: education, transparency, and penalties. To
Absolutely
be clear that there are consequences for these actions. But we first have to educate people about it, help prevent it where we can, and bring it into the light of day so that people know that it is in fact still happening. So together, I think that is what makes this really the suite of reforms powerful in this state. And, you know,
This one here, G Angel, is Sam Martinez. Like I said, there's more that we're going to be getting into with Hudson Lindow, Hannah Cleary, things like that. These are all the people that have lost their life around the University of Idaho, WSU, Pullman, Moscow area over, a short period of time for the most part. So
we have some kind of first of its kind in the nation elements of these laws, but also there are many other states that are stepping up in this way. And ultimately, what we hope is that there will be.
And at some point, I'll show you how this all kind of could and does possibly relate to the Idaho 4 case.
National legislation that will make hazing unacceptable and will, as I said, dismantle hazing culture across our campuses.
Do you think your efforts kind of have become a role model in the sense to other states looking at similar legislation?
I think there are other states that have paved the way for this. Washington will become the 15th state to make hazing a felony. And that is the direction that we need to be going in. But as I said, it's not the only answer to this. It's not the only thing that can be effective. Prevention, education,
awesome, Angel. Thank you for being here.
Are all really critical elements of this. And I hope, Sam would be graduating from college next week. And it's heartbreaking that we won't get to see him do that. But it gives me hope, and I take comfort in the belief that together these efforts will mean that someone else's child will be able to walk across that stage and get their diploma in the future because of what we're doing now to eliminate hazing.
Exactly. Good point,
So
Mystic.
you have Sam kind of looking over this conversation too.
Thank you so much, Angel.
I mean, how are you feeling at this point, kind of on the heels of that note of he could have been graduating at this point? This is a big deal.
It's exciting. I am so moved to think that we may, in some small way, help prevent another family from having to suffer the tragedy that we did. But it is, to be honest, bittersweet. We miss Sam terribly every day, and that doesn't fade. And I hope every parent will have a conversation with their young adults, whether they're in college now or about to go into college, to talk about hazing and other extreme forms of bullying that they could encounter on a college campus, help warn them, help prevent these things from happening ever again.
And to kind of follow up with that, I know you've touched on this, but wanted to boil down, what do you hope are the impacts of this recent bill?
Truly, my greatest hope and my prayer is that we will never lose another young person to hazing again. Unfortunately, another young man died recently at Washington State University, and the family strongly believes that hazing was a factor in his death. That really tears me up inside. I really had so hoped that Sam would be the last. I hope that we never see another case. And that's really the impact that we hope to have. It's a legacy that I think Sam would be proud of if we can prevent anyone else from ever suffering hazing injury or death, and bring it out into the light of day, encourage people to report it, encourage people to intervene if they see it. Those are all really positive outcomes that I hope we will see more of going forward.
You'd mentioned this is now two bills that your family's been working on. What are the next steps? Are there any other efforts that you're working on to address hazing?
Okay, so that's the gist of that situation. I don't want to go on and on with that, guys, because I have a lot I want to present to you. Welcome, Lost Girl. Good to see you today. Welcome, Margaret. These secret setters are all going down thanks to people like everyone here. Something needs to change. Welcome, Henry. I don't know what happened, buddy, but I see you over there. So another thought process that has been going on with Idaho 4. We know that Hudson passed away. We know that Caden Young, another one that passed away, okay? Caden Young was due to a drug overdose, allegedly, okay? And we know who was responsible, that got off with no charges, blah, 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 blah. There was a theory floating around, and a rumor, I guess we'll call it, because I can't find a way to clarify it, but that Caden Young, he was also a reporter with the local, I can't think of the name of it right now, had been looking into what happened with Hudson. Okay. And then conveniently, he ends up deceased. This was, again, somebody that Ethan was friends with, Hudson and Caden both. So there again, there's too many of these things that are linked. Thank you, Christine. Kel Bella, welcome. Good to see you. And it just kind of bothers me a little bit. So that's why we're kind of doing this in some senses, okay? To see if there's a connection or if this is just coincidence that these things are all happening.
I mean, drug overdose or alcohol poisoning, it's almost the same. It's like either or, you know?
Sure. Yeah, Sentinel. That's right. No, thank you, Rabbit Hole. The Idaho Sentinel. That's what it was called. Yes. It was their local like press or paper or news channel or something like that. So, yeah. But anyway, guys, it's a pretty sad situation what these parents had to go through with the loss of this child. Like she just said, he was just going to be graduating that week, you know, when that interview was done. It's pretty crazy. So 1 minute here. Give me a minute. And Washington State University was found liable. Just so you guys know here. This came out a year ago, by the way. Thank God, like about 11 months, that they were finally found to be held liable. It was their fault, the university itself.
What do they have to do? Like pay a fine, or what's their?
Well, that's what we're going to find out here. Welcome, Cat's Meow. Good to see you. I'm grateful to see something like, and this needs to happen. Like same with the Idaho 4 case. Okay, if it comes down to the basis of it, and it is found to be that the university was liable for what happened to these kids by some chance. I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there and not watch them have to take accountability for it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right.
For the first time ever in the state of Washington, a court has found a university should be held accountable for a student's hazing death. That decision coming in the high-profile death of a Washington State University student who died by alcohol poisoning after a night of illegal hazing. King 5 investigator Susanna Frame has the story in this exclusive report.
I was thrilled, really. I mean, this is about accountability. It's about holding WSU to account for what they knew was happening on their campus. They didn't share that information. Sam died as a result.
Jolene Houts and Hector Martinez say their family is a step closer to justice for their son, Sam, a 19-year-old college freshman who died as a result of fraternity hazing. The State Court of Appeals has just ruled it's not just his fraternity, but his school, Washington State University, that's to blame for Sam's death.
And when I found out, I have tears in my eyes because I was like, justice, you know. I hear this, it's like, I was just, yes. Now you cannot say that you're not responsible. You're the one responsible for my son.
For years, Wazoo officials have argued they had no duty to protect Sam from his fraternity, Alpha Tau Omega, or ATO, that he died at a private off-campus location at the hands of adults engaging in illegal conduct. But the court has ruled that's off base, that Wazoo knew about their conduct and had a duty to control the fraternity and protect Sam from the predictable harms of fraternal hazing and alcohol misuse. The morning of November 12, 2019, Pullman police responded to the ATO house to find Sam lying on his stomach, on the basement floor, unresponsive. The night before, ATO held their annual Big Brother party. Sam shot this video hours before his death. You can hear an upperclassman encouraging a freshman to down a shot. Police found Sam's big brother gave him and his buddy in the red jersey a half-gallon of rum, the equivalent of 40 shots to split between the two. The coroner said Sam died around 4:30 in the morning from acute alcohol poisoning. Investigations by police and Wazoo concluded the events leading to Sam's death constituted illegal hazing.
He died alone. And I sometimes, in dark moments, I wonder, did he wonder where I was? Did he wonder where we were? It's agonizing to think that he...
Absolutely, Angel. I've seen quite a few of them myself. You are absolutely correct.
He didn't have somebody with him in that moment of passage.
The appeals court ruled Wazoo knew all about ATO's troubled past, but didn't share it with incoming freshmen, including a 2017 incident where ATO forced pledges to drink large quantities of alcohol and withstand aggressive hazing and emotional abuse. Photos in a complaint showed new members being forced to stand in toilets and a freshman getting tackled to the ground. In 2018, the year before Sam died, ATO expelled nearly half of its members after complaints of hazing and drug use. Emails show Wazoo officials were well aware of the ATO investigation.
They had a terrible history. University leaders knew that all the way up to the top, and they did nothing.
Wazoo had the power to sanction ATO for code of conduct violations, including withdrawing official school recognition, which would shut down a fraternity. But historically, after reports of hazing, Wazoo handed out little to no serious consequences.
That's what needs to change. They need to start from the inside and work their way out to get to a place where when they say we don't tolerate hazing, they absolutely mean that. And I don't think they're there.
WSU gave the ATO House a 5-year suspension after Sam's death, but they can't petition to come back to campus next year. The family is certainly against that idea. As for the lawsuit, the appeals court has remanded the case back to Superior Court for a trial, but Wazoo does have the option of appealing that to the Supreme Court. And a few hours ago, I heard from a Wazoo spokesperson that said they haven't decided whether or not they're going to take that tactic.
This family has not really let up since the death of their son. They have done a lot to change the laws.
They have. A few years ago, they got Sam's Law passed in the state of Washington, which makes it mandatory that all colleges and universities must post online when a fraternity or another organization, a football team or something, has incidents of hazing. And then just a few months ago, they got the same law passed across the country in Congress. But these people are so dedicated. They're so, attached to the idea of helping, doing good on behalf of their son, that they are not giving up.
To prevent any other family from having to go through what they did over
Mm-hmm.
something like this. Susanna, thank you.
All right, so that's I'm just going to stop there with Sam's situation because, like I said, his leans more towards hazing and stuff like that than anything. But it doesn't mean that it's not some form of I'll explain it as we go down the road with my thoughts on this whole thing. Listen, this has been happening forever, folks. I almost lost a friend of mine. He was part of, I can't remember which fraternity at Ohio State, where we used to go up and party all the time. And they made him hang out of a window from the third, like an attic window, from a rope that was wrapped around him. And he was to be able to pull himself back up to the window. It was part of their thing. And he fell and broke his leg. Like, it could have been worse. He could have broke his neck. They do weird shit. They've been doing this shit. This is back in 1992 that this happened. Okay. So nothing's changed. It's just been ongoing. It just gets worse in some ways and better in others, maybe. I don't know, but there's a lot of odd things that have happened and that are going on repeatedly.
A kid that went to Trenton, Glassboro State here in Jersey, and it was a hazing night, and he ended up going down the laundry chute, through a dare, and he was missing. and then he was found dead because
he got stuck there.
Yeah, they didn't tell. I guess I don't know if they say that it was a dare, but nobody said. They were like, oh, we don't know what happened to him. He just walked away, and he just did it himself, or I don't know. But yeah,
point.
This was only like maybe it's like maybe 5-10 years ago. I should look his name up, but one of them situations where it's like he was missing, and then it was a hazing night, and he ended up dead. Like they found him in the basement. This poor kid Martinez.
Right.
Why is it like even with the girl that supposedly fell or jumped or whatever, they didn't find her for 24 hours either. They didn't do anything about her for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not see? Like, what did they do with her? You know what I mean? Like, get her out of the way so nobody could say it. It's just.
It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
I don't understand the whole waiting to call 911 thing. It's crazy to me.
Right. You are correct. You are correct. All right, let me get to this point here. We find the right. Now, mind you, the next one we're looking into Hudson Lindo. Okay. One of the interviews we just watched was of oh God, I can't think of Kai's last name, but anyway, he was very good friends with Hudson Lindo as well as Ethan and a couple other people. Okay, but again, there's Kai Johnson. We just watched his interview.
Mm-hmm.
Put these things together in your mind and think what you think what you will. I guess you should say. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think that possibly two of those kids could have overdosed, like two of the Idaho were going to overdose, and because there's been so much of this, WSBU is still shut down, right? So, like, do you think they could have done this to cover up the overdoses, like maybe Xana or Ethan overdose? I don't know. I don't know where my head was going. That's where my head was going, but I don't know. Maybe that's too much of a stretch. Because they're just tired of we can't have any more drug deaths.
It could be. It absolutely could be, without doubt.
We heard a couple times Xana overdose, or we hear maybe some kind of rumbling or screamings. They thought they hear something like that, or couldn't afford to have any more bad.
Never know. You never know. That's been brought to my attention a long time ago. That what the hell was I going to say? Oh, that was a situation possibly. So I don't know. All right, let me get into this one here. All right, we're going to go to this next because this covers a couple, and we'll go back and forth if we have to. This is provided to us via a channel called Bruce McGuire. I don't know if anybody's ever watched him. Thank you, Meg, very much. There's a link for his channel here. And, of course, you guys are more than welcome to go check these out with anything any of the stuff that I cover or have shown you covers. So, let's see here.
I don't have any record
let's see. Okay, we're good. Now, okay, again, thank you, Meg, for that. Very much appreciated, hon. On we go.
to some rabbit holes because you cannot make this stuff up. Back to meyaw.com. Who was Hannah Clear? Madison.
All right, we'll start off with Hannah. It's probably going to jump from Hannah to Hudson, and then I'll go back and cover a little bit more. There's not a lot on Hannah, unfortunately, but as they're going to explain, Hannah was Maddie's ex-roommate, okay? So on we go.
Madison Mogen's rumored ex-roommate killed herself after being bullied, allegedly. Online sleuths have independently investigated the Idaho murder case and have devised several theories about why someone was out to kill the 4 victims by Varnica Srivastava, December 9th, 2022. A new hypothesis recently circulated on Twitter that one of the victims in an Idaho murder case was a bully and their actions had led to the suicide of Madison Mogen's former roommate.
It bothers me he doesn't pronounce her name right. Here's the thing. The story that I heard about this in the beginning of the Idaho 4 case was that Hannah and Maddie, before Maddie moved into the 1122 house, were roommates. And that Maddie was, in essence, and again, this was all due respect. This is just a rumor that I'm explaining. But there was some justification to it in some aspects, okay? That she was kind of a mean girl type person, and that they picked on Hannah because of her weight, things about her features and stuff like this, and it was just relentless from my understanding, and they were constantly picking on her. Not only Maddie, but the other roommate that they had as well. So it's kind of horrible. And kind of just bad. Does Hannah not look like a sorority girl? What do you mean by that, Terry? She probably wasn't accepted. That's probably part of the problem as a sorority girl. And I've seen this happen, okay? Because you don't look a certain type of way, because you don't have the Barbie doll look or the certain thing, and you're just not accepted. So therefore, they constantly make fun of you. You know what I mean? And it just bothers the shit out of me. Welcome, altruistic. Good to have you here. So, all right, on we go.
This article is based on sources, and MEI cannot verify this information independently. And of course, this is mine, Shaka. I do not claim anything is true or untrue here.
Look at her and look at, see, that's the problem. That's the problem, Terry, because you don't look a certain type of way. You're not accepted as to be able to be in a sorority. You have to look like the Barbie doll, perfect, pretty girl type thing. And because Hannah was maybe a little overweight, didn't have pretty, beautiful, perfect blonde hair and blue eyes and all that kind of stuff, that she was picked on and wasn't accepted. That's not okay. And that is where the bullying comes in this aspect. And the other room, one of Hannah's other roommates came out. I can't remember where. Welcome, Bethany. And Anonymous, good to see you. One of Hannah's other roommates came out and said she did not kill herself. I'll explain this after we watch this.
The entire motto of the podcast is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But I really don't understand why all these trigger goofs are going around and just getting instantly triggered at anybody theorizing. Now, obviously, anybody calling for any kind of harassment, I mean, that's inexcusable. But simply objectively discussing theories with...
Before anybody flips out, I think the guy that's doing this sped his voice up a little bit so that it's not recognizable for some reason. So please bear with it.
Without claiming they are true or untrue, I mean, anything to keep the awareness up and keep pressure on law enforcement and keep this in the public consciousness to make sure that true justice is obtained. I mean, how is that a bad thing? Not to mention, obviously, in certain cases, online sleuthing does lead to solving cases. So the article here, the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students have rocked the small and usually peaceful college town. All 4 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Coronado, and Ethan Chapin, were killed in a 3-story rented home off campus in the early hours of November 13th. They were all 20 to 21 years old. Police have not yet identified the suspect or suspects in the case. Online sleuths have independently investigated the Idaho murder case and have devised several theories about why someone would want to kill the 4 victims. A new hypothesis recently circulated on Twitter that one of the victims in an Idaho murder case was a bully and their actions had caused a former roommate to take her own life. Who was Hannah Clear? A Twitter user claimed the quadruple homicide is connected to Hannah Clear, who was supposedly an ex-roommate and shared her dorm room with one of the Idaho victims. As per claims made in the tweet, they bullied and harassed Clear, who eventually took her own life February 24th, 2022. The user wrote, Hannah Clear took her life in February. She shared a dorm with one of the victims and got bullied. Her birthday, November 15th. With the post, the user has even shared 2 images. One of the images supposedly of Hannah.
And yes, Hannah's birthday, believe it or not, is November 15th, guys. 2 days after the murders happened. I know it's very odd and it's such a wild coincidence, but it is true.
Clear, which is captioned, Hannah was born on November 15th, 2000 and passed away February 24th, 2022 at the age of 21. A user from Instagram had commented on Madison Mogen's post after she died, commenting, "You deserved everything that happened to you, especially after what you did to that poor girl. You elitists are all the same. I'll be reserving my spit once they properly bury you." I mean, that is an insane post, of course. That's pretty crazy. These hostile comments were made by Instagram users on Madison's profile as these bullying theories were pushed by internet conspiracy theorists, but there is absolutely no proof about if these theories hold any water or if they have even a shred of truth to them. Despite the fact that they are still unaware of whether the attacker specifically targeted the students or their apartment, police highlighted their concerns about the incidents once more on December 1st. Although no suspects have been identified or a murder weapon has been located, the public has been urged to come forward with any information that might help solve the case. So a couple of points here. First of all, to those, there's people claiming, again, I have no knowledge of this case and this ex-roommate. But people committing murder often stage it as a suicide. And people who actually are legitimately suicidal and have even voiced these suicidal tendencies or thoughts of any kind or even plans, there's no magic Dungeons and Dragons spell in the universe where if you want to commit suicide, somehow that means no predators, no murderers, nobody looking to harm you will do it. There's no magic protection spell. So I don't know why all these people discussing true crime, especially so-called true crime aficionados, they're that utterly clueless that they think that just because someone might be planning to commit suicide or is suicidal, that means there's zero chance any kind of murder would ever target them for any reason. Really weird. Or particularly target them and then stage it as a suicide if they thought there was a greater chance of them getting away with it, particularly if an individual was really suicidal. So again, just keeping that in mind, I'm not saying that's the case here, obviously. There's no way to know that. I'm not claiming this is the case here. But if this was only one rabbit hole, I mean, there seem to be quite a few here. Because there's also, and if these really are murders, so this average of 0 murders in Moscow, it might not be true. Because we have yet another death here, Hudson Lindau. Another University of Idaho student's death this year sparks speculation. So also on Mia here by Varnica Srivastava, December 7, 2022. Does anyone care to explain this? University of Idaho student Hudson Lindau was found dead in Paradise Creek. This case has shaken the whole town as the investigation continues. Still, with no suspects and arrests in hand, the growing pressure from the victim.
By the way, Hannah Cleary's father, both her father and brother are both attorneys, just so you guys know.
Family and speculation from internet sleuths have made this case more complex and fragile. Recently, a Twitter user revealed other chilling details from Idaho that were previously shared on Facebook, but about someone else who wasn't a victim of the aforementioned incident. How did Hudson Lindau die? The user has unveiled an individual named Hudson Lindau who was found dead in Paradise Creek January 5th, 2022. His death was due to accidental drowning, but this user has alarmed some speculating questions about his death. The post has even scrutinized the police of Moscow and its working.
My understanding was that he worked as an attorney. Maybe he worked for an accounting firm as an attorney. I don't know, but I was understanding they were both attorneys, Meg.
Authorities in Lindau's case. The post read, "I have questions." Moscow law enforcement has been running with this whole "nothing like this has ever happened here" narrative. So does anyone care to explain this? University of Idaho student Hudson Lindau was found dead in Paradise Creek. You read that right. Another student from University of Idaho died earlier this year. Wait, what? This is stating he was found dead May 1st, 2022, not January?
I'm not sure, Lisa.
January 5th, found dead. Okay, I don't know if this is a typo or whatever. Context, April 30th, 2022, the night before, Delta Tau Delta held its 90th annual ball. Xana, Maddie, Jake, and JS were all in attendance. Hudson's body was found the next morning in the creek right outside Greek Row. Hudson's death was ruled an accidental drowning. The post further read, could mean literally nothing, but all.
Interestingly enough, this is the same fraternity that Sam Martinez belonged to. And it does remind me of Justin, but I'm listening to the words he's saying, and Justin was a little bit more outlandish than this guy, in my opinion.
Also, here's a picture of Hudson outside of the girl's house and a map to see where his body was found in relation to the frat sororities. One of Hudson's friends, blurred out in the photo, is Delta Tau Delta's president. The same frat.
Yeah, and if you guys look at this picture down below, there's the 1122 house. There he is hanging out right there. Interestingly enough.
That JS was supposedly kicked out of. And riddle me this, where are all the stories on this investigation? Police immediately said there was no foul play upon finding the body. How? What led to him ending up in the creek that night? Everyone was just like he drowned and moved on. The last post read, not trying to create conspiracy theories here, but for a small town, there are sure some crazy coincidences. Make it make sense. And that's the other thing too, like if this is like a big party house, I mean, a lot of people would have connections to this house. And if some of these people end up dead, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a link to the people in the house. The information provided above by the user has no confirmation. It's just a theory and speculation shared by the user. We are not sure whether these cases have any kind of tie with the recent Idaho student's murder case. Current status on Idaho murder case. Their housemates, Dylan Mortenson and Bethany Funk, reportedly witnessed the executions, but managed to flee uninjured. They allegedly found the bodies and woke up hours later to call 911. Police in Idaho said that Mortenson and Funk are not suspects, despite the fact that they are still unsure whether the attacker specifically targeted the students or their apartment. Police expressed concerns about the incident once more on December 1st. Even though no suspects have been identified, that Lindau was pulled from Paradise Creek Sunday, May 1st. So the dates were correct in that Twitter post. Moscow police say a body in Paradise Creek was found Sunday, May 1st, 11 a.m. So if, I'm assuming they verified that this, the party or gala or whatever on Greek Row was the night before. So how many other mysterious deaths or possible suicides were ruled as such instead of murder that may have been murder in Moscow, Idaho? Actually found another one here too. The Lewiston Tribune. UI student's death raises questions. January 23rd, 2013. Associated Press. In this undated photo provided by Moscow, Idaho Police Department, University of Idaho student Joseph Weiderich is shown. The body of Weiderich, 18, was found by trackers with Latah County Search and Rescue under the Paradise Creek Bridge, police said. At this point, we don't believe any foul play is suspected, according to Moscow Police Chief David Duke. The Moscow
Never
Police
is.
Chief's name was David Duke. Okay. Here's an article from Daily News, Moscow Pullman. Student highly intoxicated at death. UI forms task forces on Greeks and on drug abuse. Weideric's BAC was twice the legal limit. Parents upset no one helped their son. Article by Brandon Max. February 15, 2013. Toxicology report for University of Idaho freshman found dead under a Moscow bridge last month shows his blood alcohol level was at least 3 times the legal limit when he left a frat party and twice the limit when his body was discovered 1 day later. Wait, how do they know it was 3 times? I guess they're just estimating. Joseph Weiderick, 18, of Haley, Idaho, had been attending a party at the Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity January 19th with his Theophilus Tower roommate when they were separated, and he never returned home. His body was discovered on ice under a bridge under Mountain View Road around 4 p.m. January 21st. Police determined he'd walked nearly 7 miles before falling down in the frozen Paradise Creek bed where he died of hypothermia. Moscow Police Chief David Duke said a toxicology report shows Weiderick's blood alcohol content at the time of death was 0.17, meaning it was somewhere around 0.25 to 0.3% when he left the fraternity. Marijuana was also discovered in his system. Duke said the lead investigator in the case Thursday cited Weiderick's friend, Dakota Vugwert, 18, of Haley, for allegedly providing alcohol to a minor. Weiderick had gone to the fraternity party to visit with Vegwert, who was pledging there at the time. Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt said she had expected other substances would have shown up in Weiderick's toxicology report. I've heard of several of the students who have been disoriented, so it certainly made me think it was something else, she said. That's all that really showed up. All of the drugs would keep absorbing and some don't last as long. We've tested for a lot of stuff and it came back negative. The results of the toxicology report were shared with Weiderick's parents, Bob and Michelle Weiderick, prior to its release to the public. Weiderick's mother said it is hard to be upset with the young partiers, but she is more upset with the residents her son had approached prior to his death. A woman on Highland Drive reported finding Weiderick lying on the floor just inside her house about 3 hours after he is believed to have left the party. Duke said the woman asked him to leave. Another resident on North Mountain View Road reported he'd come to her home, but she sent him to her neighbor across the street. Weiderick's footprint indicated he crossed the street and went around the neighbor's home instead, jumping a fence and crossing Paradise Creek. You can expect so much from an 18-year-old kid, but when 2 adults turned my kid away into the night, he expressed he thought he was dying and he was turned away, said Michelle Weiderick. If there is a lesson from this, it's just to learn to help each other. I think that's the thing that breaks my heart because he could still be alive if people helped when he asked for help. Joe was not a party kid. He was not trouble in high school, she said, adding he was studying to become an architect. He definitely had the talent for it. I'm sure he would have done well. Duke confirmed Weiderick's roommate was also highly intoxicated at the SAE party and traveled south near East Palouse River Drive before correcting himself and finding his way home. Very well, we could have had 2 boys that didn't make it home that night instead of 1, said Weiderick's mother. Ahead of the release of the Weiderick's toxicology report, the University of Idaho announced Thursday morning the formation of a substance abuse and Greek life task forces. The substance abuse task force will review prevention education programs, current policies, and enforcement strategies. We have been quite aggressive this fall and earlier in providing educational programs and doing enforcement, said the Dean of Students, Bruce Pittman. And I think the events of the last few weeks have certainly made us more intent to look for ourselves and see if there's more that we can be doing. The Substance Abuse Task Force will consist primarily of student leaders, faculty, and staff, Pittman said, with a few Moscow community members. We have received confirmation from several of our student leaders, and they plan to participate. He said it will be a relatively larger group than the Greek task force. The Greek Life Task Force will consist of a small group of fraternity and sorority alumni, including those who have served their national organizations in some capacity. The relationship of the UI to the Greek system will be reviewed, Pittman said, with recommendations on how the relationship should proceed in the future. There are many models about how universities are related to Greek systems that they find on their campuses, he said. Some campuses, particularly in private schools, have very intrusive models where fraternities and sororities are required to be in university residences and strictly monitored. On the other extreme, there are campuses where fraternities and sororities are not even recognized by the institution. I think we're to the point where we need to ask a question about whether the model we're using or if the university needs to adopt a different policy or strategy in regard to our Greek system.
Okay, well that's, and it's like I said, it's hard to find stuff on some of these, you guys. So please, bear with me. All right, 1 minute here. Let's see. Welcome, Mrs. Jim Morris. All right, one.
You there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get something to load. I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me, please.
Okay. Yeah, the Boys on the Tracks was in Arkansas, by the way. I think I put that in the chat, but it's another case where the coroner in that area was writing all kinds of suspicious things on death reports. So I agree with that.
All right, so another channel put this out on Hudson. Hold on here. 1 second. About a year ago, for those of you that aren't familiar with Murder Metal Mayhem, Pete over there, he put this story out about Hudson about a year ago. What really happened? What really happened to Hudson?
I like his channel.
Pete does a good job. Yeah, I think he's a pretty decent guy. 1 second here.
6 seconds of murder. That means each one of these seconds. So let's get going. Don't want to waste any time. Going back to the Idaho 4 case and what really happened to Hudson Lindau. Going to talk about that tonight and how it may relate to the Idaho 4 case. But remember, this video is for informational purposes only. These are just my opinions and speculation. I'm not saying anybody's guilty of anything. This is all just a discussion about a case that interests all of us. Now, I'm sure most of you that are following the Idaho 4 case are aware of the name Hudson Lindau, but there may be some people that are not familiar with his story, as well as maybe some people that are new to the case that have no idea who he is at all. Maybe it's just a good idea to dust this one off and give it another look. I wanted to give credit to my friends at the Thought Riot podcast for doing a really good video on this. And I'll link to that in the episode description so you can watch it for yourself. Those guys do great work. And I strongly
That was the next part I was going to show you guys.
suggest you go subscribe to their channel if you're not already. Now, Hudson was born in Boise in 2003 and was found deceased face down in 2 inches of water in Paradise Creek, which sits very close to Greek Row, where the fraternities and sororities are there in Moscow. Now,
yes, there was a one of the main rumors running around about this situation was that Maddie and Ethan both knew the truth behind what really happened with Hudson here. Welcome. Woke up. Good to see you.
Now, he was a member of Sigma Chi, the frat that, I've done multiple videos on due to all the things that have swirled around some of the members there. And, certain people just are really believe that they had some hand in this, but nonetheless, they speculate that they were the ones involved in the 1122 King Road crimes. But, again, this is all allegedly. Now, Hudson's body was found on May 1st, 2022, approximately 7 months before the Idaho 4 crimes. There was a big frat party that night before. Delta Tau Delta's house was doing their 90th annual ball. And Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Maddie's boyfriend, Jake Schreiger, and Jack Showalter were all there as well. And this was the same frat that allegedly kicked Jack Showalter out for all that craziness he did or allegedly did involving dead coyotes on people's doorsteps. Very disturbing. And I've done other videos on Jack. Now, it's important to point out that Hudson and Ethan were good friends and fellow Sigma Chi pledges. So we know what fraternities across the country are known to do, hazing their pledges with all sorts of disgusting, barbaric, and dangerous activities that sometimes have tragic endings. And even, just the University of Idaho campus have had multiple suspicious circumstances where bodies have been discovered, and then amazingly, the Moscow Police Department says they were just accidents. Students falling from windows, excessive drinking that turns deadly, overdoses, all kinds of stuff. And I plan on doing a true crime deep cuts on that subject of some of these other cases around this campus other than the Idaho 4. So Hudson's body wasn't found until noon the day after the party. And it's an odd coincidence to the time that the 1122 victims were found. So noon seems to be maybe when the police start working on Sunday. Maybe 911 likes to sleep in. I don't understand it, but he was found at noon on May 1st. Now, I'm sure most of you, think that that's very disturbing. Now, I believe this is just the way that Moscow PD and the University of Idaho have been doing business. It's not just the Idaho 4 case. This was dismissed as an accident, despite the fact that there was a large party at Delta Tau Delta that Hudson attended. There's no other way to explain them coming to such a quick decision on the cause of death here. What the hell is going on in this town? It is like a David Lynch film. It's just nuts. Now, I've stated before that 70% of the donations to the U of I come from the Greek system and their alumni. So they don't want to rock the boat with that revenue stream coming in. And it's sick, really. Not to mention that the whole damn town either works there, went to the school, or both. We see it in just the Idaho 4 case with the defense attorney, Ann Taylor, prosecutor, Bill Thompson, the judge, all went to the U of I, all of them. It is an incestuous relationship that's going on there in Moscow, and Hudson Lindau's case, unfortunately, is no different. Now, when it comes to the rumors that I've heard, some say that allegedly David Loach was into waterboarding pledges. Yeah, that guy again. Doesn't that surprise us? No. I mean, the 4chan post talks about David Loach quite a bit and his sidekick, but supposedly someone waterboarded Hudson and it got out of control. Again, these are just speculations and some rumor, but you know, a lot of that 4chan stuff, as we know, did come to fruition. So I'm not dismissing it, but I'm making sure it's known. These are just alleged rumors that I've heard. Okay. So maybe that happened and they took him down to the creek and staged the whole thing to make it look like a drowning in the creek, and then just went back to the house and partied it up. I mean, again, allegedly, of course. Now, there was a Twitter post in the days that followed that was very, very down on the Moscow PD for making such a quick decision, not really doing an investigation on what happened to Hudson. And that brought a little bit of attention to it. But, you know, unfortunately, the story died quickly and the U of I went back to counting their piles of money. Now, I've seen a few of my commenters mentioning the rumors that Ethan was aware of something happening to his friend Hudson, something bad. And I'm sure if he was a fellow Sigma Chi pledge, that maybe he would have known that. He was at the party. Some have even speculated that Ethan himself was hazed and that things had gone wrong and they took him to 1122 and staged that scene. I don't know about that. That's definitely out there, but I've heard these rumors and I'm just bringing them up. Okay. And that would, though, help explain that long 8-hour delay to call 911 if all that had to be going on. So, again, we don't know. Those are rumors about Ethan knowing about what happened, claim that Ethan was going to do something about it and was going to go to the police. And if that's true, that would have been one hell of a motive for somebody to do what happened to him, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. I mean, that's very, very disturbing, to say the least. So, I mean, what do you guys, know about Kaylee being into true crime? Because she really was. She was one of us in this true crime community. Maybe Ethan talked to her about.
So that part right there, I think Thought Riot covered that too. That always takes me back to, now let's think about something here. Who, the night, and this has always bothered me, even Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks, God rest her soul, we miss her. She pointed it out to me 3 years ago and said, Dago, that's your key. And I still think it is. Okay. So, walking to the grub truck, Kaylee's going nuts on her phone, texting, typing, walking. Turns around, says, or doesn't even turn around. She just yells at Maddie, what did you say to Adam? She said, I told Adam everything. So what, because again, Maddie, it was rumored that Maddie knew this, okay? Right along with Ethan, okay? And y'all okay over there?
I thought she could trust Adam.
Well, and maybe she thought she could, and maybe she could, but maybe it was brought to somebody else's attention.
Yep.
At that point, and Adam was like, dude, you won't believe the story that Maddie told me, so on and so forth, and it was told to the wrong person.
I know. I always wondered what it was. Even though he says it's nothing, they say it's nothing. What was it?
If it was something like this that they either maybe, okay, let me just throw a for instance out there. So what if they were doing some hazing or some shit like that with him and waterboarded him and it went too far and he drowned?
Yep.
Oh shit, what are we gonna do? Well, there's a creek right over here. Let's make it look like, he was, because he was drinking or whatever. Make it look like he drank too much, fell, and they said he tripped, fell, hit his head on a rock, and ended up in drowning in the thing. I need to see the autopsy reports on him to see if there was water in his lungs and stuff like that to be okay to understand some of it. But again, if that were say something happened and he was waterboarded, drowned because it went too far or something in that sense, so they just take him over there and do that, okay?
Yep.
And leave him. And somehow or another, Maddie knew about this situation from somebody per se, somebody within the fraternity that she was close to, blah, 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 that trusted her enough to say something to her, or somebody got drunk and said something to her, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there's that. But if Madison said to Adam, this is what really happened, blah, 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 thinking she could trust him, and maybe she could, Adam, thinking he could trust somebody else, brought the statement to somebody else's attention, and it was the wrong person to say it to. Okay? Somebody that was either involved or was close or knew and said, yo, there's people that know about this shit. Like, we need to do something. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. That's how this kind of could pertain to this case, you guys. And it's a very interesting theory and thought. And I'm not saying it's what it is. We've had so many different angles that we've gone through with this. I'm just giving you one more possibly. Okay. So there is that. I'm just saying, just to think about. That's all it is. Just a thought to think about. Welcome, Tilted Halo. Good to see you. Would that make WSU responsible then? For the other situation? Yeah, I agree with that. But for this, no. Let me find. All right, on we go. Oh, wait a minute. Do you think this was all planned and Kaylee just found out possibly? Jack DeCour told her and it happened before. It could be. It could be. I don't know. Anything is possible at this point. Lake Campbell's aunt or stepmom after Idaho said the violence needs to stop, saying Lake did live there for a while at the 1122 address. That's true. If Adam was told the wrong person, then why wasn't he a victim since he would know? Well, because
maybe Maddie was going to do something about it.
That's and Adam was like, I don't care, bro. You know, I ain't gonna say nothing, this and that and everything else. And it would have been too conspicuous. If she went to Adam and said, hey, you know, this is what happened, so on and so forth, and me and Kaylee are gonna go, we're gonna be talking to somebody about this because this is not cool, blah, 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 or something like that. That could have been the problem. So we don't know. Okay. I'm just saying variations of what could be is all I'm saying. That's exactly my point. If Maddie knew, Kaylee knew. I just feel like, because especially since Kaylee is the true crime person, so on and so forth, Maddie probably went if she heard it, or maybe Kaylee heard it and said something to Maddie, or they both heard at the same time from the same type of person or whatever. I'm just saying there's different variations of how this could play out, but it's still very plausible in my mind at this point now. That's all I'm saying.
About Hudson's case. You know, plus you got Xana and Maddie were at the ball with Ethan as well. So it's very possible all of them were aware of what happened. And maybe they were going to go to the cops together. I don't know. Now,
yeah, because they were at the same party that Hudson was at that night.
That's a good point that he just said. They were, all three of them were there.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
This does pull it together, actually.
That's 100% why I'm showing you this. So
I'm like, oh,
right. It definitely drags the puzzle pieces in towards each other a little bit more.
Yes.
Dirty South is David Loach. Yes. Welcome, Deborah. Good to see you. And yeah, maybe that's another point. Maybe Adam was partially involved. And maybe, like I said, if she went to Adam and said something to him thinking she could trust him and he was partially involved, then there would be that too. You know, it's just one of those things, guys. You don't 100% know, but it's just a thought. That's all I'm saying. The Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan were the three that were there. Satire. Which is very ironic. I'll just put it that way.
And basically you could put Ethan and Xana together because, you know, they're basically...
Yeah, usually if Ethan knows something, I can almost promise you that Xana knew something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
damn.
On we go, and there's more. Don't worry.
Jack Showalter was there, as I mentioned. Was it possible that he also knew what?
So,
wow.
There's the statement I was waiting on. Okay. If Showalter's there, let's think about that walk one more time. And everybody says they hear they're going to get you for that, Maddie. I never heard this. Okay. I never heard it because it's not clear enough. But again, if he did say this, okay, Maddie says something. Kaylee says, Maddie, what'd you say to Adam? She said, I told Adam everything. And Showalter says, they're going to get you for that, Maddie. If that's true, And he's there that night with them when this shit goes down. Well, guess what, guys? He's being honest and saying they're going to get you for that one. 100%.
Weren't people thinking like something like he was kind of watching her that night or kind of making like kind of
it was brought out, yeah.
You know.
Adam called in the tip in Lewiston about the white launcher on Johnson Road. Bubbly did a okay. Thank you, Aisel. It's very weird. Very weird. Oh, it's absolutely premeditated, in my opinion, no matter what, Disabled, but still very ironically weird. This is why we're having this talk today, okay? Was the question asked about what Kaylee said to Maddie and the bar conversation? What do you mean, DK? And again, you guys, you know how I feel about coincidences. That's why it's titled, is it connection or coincidence? Because I don't know either one, but it could be.
What really happened to Hudson? Is it possible that that was what Maddie told Adam? I mean, did it have to do with them wanting to go to the police about it? I'm not sure what good that would have done there in Moscow, but, you know, that would be a good reason for Jack to reply, they're going to get you girls for that. That statement could be inferring Sigma Chi or Moscow PD. I mean, think about it. If either of those two were involved in that Hudson Lindau situation, that could be a reason to want to make some people quiet about going to wherever they were going to go to with that information. Again, these are all my opinions and speculation. Now, did Scott Green at the U of I make a call to the police that day and tell them to make sure it was considered an accident? Because murder is bad for business, as we know. Now, not to mention 70% of their donations would be impacted by an investigation of Sigma Chi. Does that sound familiar to you? Now, I know this is a shocker, but the Moscow PD will not release any information about this case. Unbelievable. FOIA requests just get sent to their legal department.
They do not, and I repeat, do not. I can't get any information on Hudson's case. I tried to 3 years ago. I can't. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. Especially if it was an accident. Explain that to me.
Right.
Not acted upon at all. They won't release autopsy results, toxicology, police reports. Absolutely nothing. The toxicology alone would be huge here. I mean, was Hudson drunk like they claim he was? Maybe he was totally sober. We don't know. Were there, substances in his body? Did he do it? Did somebody force him to take this stuff? Again, with hazing, I think anything's on the table. But I mean, it's amazing that, they're just following the playbook that says nothing to see here, move on. And it's really outrageous. It really is. And just so you know, Kathy Mabbitt.
Yeah, that's how I heard it too. It's interesting that Adam was the one that called the tip in about the knife outside Kopacka's apartment, supposedly. Well, gee, if you're trying to put something on somebody, that's the best way to do it. Draw attention to them, and that could explain why Kopacka was not saying they're trying to pin this on me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If that's true. But again, guys, why can't we FOIA anything for this case for Hudson? Why can't we get autopsy reports on this for Hudson? Any of it? Explain that to me.
Doesn't that sound familiar? We can't get anything for the other four either.
Nothing.
The content.
Definitely not this one. This is a closed accidental case. Explain why we can't get any information on it. Come on. Bullshit. I'm gonna call it what it is. Full and absolute nothing but. Period. Okay. And it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. And it makes me wonder. Let's go back to the beginning of the Idaho 4. Okay. Is this a valid reason as to why something happened? These three people were very much there the night that what happened to Hudson happened. And now all of a sudden they're gone. That's all I'm saying.
just happened. All of their stuff's either redacted or we can't get this autopsy,
Right.
stomach contents, the drug, or the whatever was in their system, and they were all there. at
Right.
the party,
Absolutely.
all gone.
Was the coroner at that time. So things may be coming into focus here. This is just another one of those cases in Moscow. There is a pic of Hudson standing with some friends, and you can see the 1122 King Road right behind them. And it was taken the day before he was found. So oddly, the picture that we're all familiar with of the Idaho 4, the residents of 1122 King Road, plus Ethan, those pictures we all know about that were taken the day before they were eliminated. I mean, that's very weird. I mean, is that just another coincidence or some kind of sick joke that likes to take group pictures before somebody's lives are going to be ended? I mean, nothing would surprise me in this case. And the U of I never held any sort of vigil or anything for Hudson's passing. You know, I mean, he was a son, a brother, and a friend to many people. And it's just absolutely horrible what happened to him. And I hope that they get to the bottom of it, but I don't think it's an open case. I think it's closed and the information is just sealed up. So comment below. Let me know what you guys think about this one. I do want to say thank you, though, to the Horns Eye Club.
All right. And again, I want to thank Pete for putting out that awesome video. 1 second, guys. There's his link there. If you guys want to go head over there and check him out, subscribe, please feel free. He's got a bunch of other stuff he's done, and he does a great job over there. I think Pete's a good guy. Really do. 1 minute here. Let me get this moving up for you. I mean, that could kind of make it really cut and dry. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm just
Especially
saying.
if they're having if they're getting investigated already for deaths that have to do with overdose and stuff, you know.
Yes.
Like, well, we can't do it that way this time. We got to do it another way this time. We got to. I don't know.
Very interesting point. Now, this is going back a ways. This is from a year ago. I don't even know if these guys are. I don't think these guys are putting stuff out nowadays, but they did a good job with this story here. Okay, this is still in regards to Hudson. We're gonna go through this, and I'm gonna jump onto Hannah's case a little bit more. This is Thought Riot, guys. For those of you that aren't familiar, I used to watch them. Well, long time back, actually. And it does play into the same things that Pete talked about, but then some a little bit more.
Getting a call. Mom's getting a call. It's Christina.
1 second.
Hey, sis. Hello. What's happening?
All right.
To the 4chan frat boy theory. Now, we are not doing it in this case. In this case, this is the prequel, right? The setup for it. Last time we had been talking about it, we went through multiple different videos, covered a whole background of information on why we feel like the Greek life could be problematic and why it deserves to be looked into further. We had a lot of good statistics that came out of it. If you guys haven't watched these videos here, and it'll catch you up to where we are now. But we started covering some of the deaths in the Moscow area. Well, we are diving back into that. Now, we started the furthest back, and now we are up to the closest here. So anytime there is a a life lost, right? That needs to be, the severity of that situation should be recognized. So I want to take a minute to, before we dive into all the theories and everything, just speak directly from Hudson Lindau's obituary, and that's who we're talking about now. This was a Sigma Chi fraternity brother, and unfortunately lost his life the same year that the Idaho 4 massacre happened. He died April 30th or May 1st of 2022. So Hudson Lindau, February 13th, 2003 to April 30th, 2022, Boise, Idaho. Hudson R. Lindau was truly one of a kind, born in Boise, Idaho on February 13th, 2003 to his mother and his father. Hudson was a 2021 graduate of Timberline High School. Hudson was a friend and a helper to all, whose love and friendship brought people together from all walks of life. People were drawn to Hudson's personality. At home, he grounded each household with infectious goofiness. His personal philosophy was to live in the moment and be a better person every day. Hudson's empathy was legendary. He was quick with a smile and a kind word. Hudson passed away on Saturday, April 30th, 2022.
Thank you for being here,
on the
Hazel.
University of Idaho campus in Moscow, Idaho.
Hazel,
where he studied environmental
Lisa, sorry.
science.
Thank you for being
His
here, Lisa.
passing at the aptly named Paradise Creek is an enduring reminder of the gift Hudson was to the world. Hudson leaves.
I'm such an idiot. I just realized that her name is her name forwards and backwards. So thank you, Lisa. Sorry about that.
Behind scores of broken friends, many of whom have held impromptu vigils in his honor, both in Boise and Moscow. Friends and family who have attended these gatherings.
James Moen, my brother, good to see you. I didn't say anything, Meg. I'm just dumb. Clearly dumb. Thank you so much for joining us. James, good to see you as always, brother. Thank you for being here.
Each carry a unique and personal connection with him. Hudson's gift of expressing love came in many forms, from a genuine hug to a smile or even a reassuring look from across the room. Hudson looked forward to traveling the world and experiencing many cultures. He always enjoyed spending time with his best friend and roommate, Kai, who taught him Korean life through his country's language and cuisine while preparing to visit Korea together. He recently traveled to the Pacific Ocean with friends and was always at peace near the water. Hudson especially enjoyed the time with family. He loved family events where the entire extended family was present. Hudson was an incredible big brother. He shared an extremely close bond with his sister, Eva, and was adored by his youngest sister, Remy, who loved his silly personality. He was an avid skier and enjoyed close times with his dad, Ava, and friends on the slopes. His near daily calls with his mom spoke of the love they shared. Hudson is survived by a whole bunch of family. He is also by his grandparents, and then his paternal grandparents.
Yeah, from my understanding.
That say they will miss him and his unconditional love. A celebration of life will be held on Saturday, June 4th, 2022. So, really sad. What do you know about him?
I know that he was friends with Ethan from the Idaho 4, murders.
Very
and
close friends from what we understood.
he was good friends with Ethan, and he got supposedly really drunk and fell into Paradise Creek and drowned in like an inch of water.
Yeah, correct.
Or 2 inches of water.
Right. And I want to run down these ideas with you guys, okay? I think it's really important. And this is, again, one of those topics where it's really important how we talk about it, right? Because I want to be respectful, but I need to ask the questions. So we're going to make sure we do it respectfully.
There's also an infamous picture of him in front of the 1122 King Road house.
Yes,
too.
there is. Yes, there is. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But literally an inch of water, you guys. So there's a lot of theories out there. What we know is that, and there's very little to know about this. Do you know that?
Yeah.
So, and for those of you just catching up, we've tried to get information on this, and it is.
I tried for 3 years, guys. You cannot, and I'm not kidding, you cannot get info from MPD or anything within this about this case. There's something wrong. There's a reason why. It's not just for no reason. All I'm saying.
Is sealed. They do not respond to FOIA requests. They send it straight to their legal department. Okay. So you can't get the police report. You can't get anything. I don't know if it's a time thing, and the case is.
You get you get a legal form back through your email that says, "We are sorry at this time we cannot." What the hell is the word? We cannot help you with your request. Blah 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 blah. And yeah, I have an issue.
Not officially closed, similar to like the Brent Kopaka thing. I'm not 100% sure. I'm still trying to figure that out, but it is insane if this is an accidental death.
I know. Why be so secretive?
It makes no sense. And we even have proof here of requests, being made and nothing being done, where the only response is, hey, I got all your messages, but we sent you to legal. They should have reached out to you, and then just dead silence. So, we can't get anything, you guys. I don't know if they try and say it's for the respect of the family because maybe there was more substances in his blood than just alcohol. But one thing that I got a question here, right, is we've seen the management of the crime scene at the Idaho 4 massacre. I tend to feel like that's a reflection of a general work product that we could expect to see in other cases, right? So how do we know that there aren't things being missed here? How do we know that? They aren't releasing autopsy. They aren't talking about any other marks that were on his body. You guys know the autopsy body layout where they are supposed to identify every single mark, scar, scab, anything.
Yeah, they mark any identifying marks whatsoever, any trauma, to basically just an outline of a body on the paperwork.
So you would think that they would have the model, right? Well, what's the other thing in any investigation? The toxicology report.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that either.
And you can't get it either.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be interesting to find out he was sober?
That would be interesting to find out. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing we have is a police statement here that says on May 1st, 2022 at approximately 11:28 a.m., the Moscow Police Department received a report of a body found in Paradise Creek near College Avenue. Moscow Police Department officers and detectives arrived on scene and began an investigation. The body has been positively identified as 19-year-old Hudson R. Lindau of Boise, Idaho. At this time, foul play is not suspected. Next of kin has been notified and the investigation is ongoing. That's May 1st. Foul play is not suspected.
And what's the date he died?
May 1st.
Oh.
Yeah. On day one. Day one. They're saying no foul play. So could an investigation even happen at this point?
Like, could you even make that assertion, especially considering it's literally the morning you found him?
Right. Or did the storyline that best fit the community and college get rolled out, and that's what we stuck to?
And that reminds me of something. That reminds me of the police coming out after the Idaho 4 murders saying, don't worry, it was targeted. You guys are not at risk.
I was just going to say that.
Thank you, James. I appreciate you, brother, very much. As always, very generous and gracious of you, sir, and very much appreciated. God bless for the Venmo.
All good here. The public's not at risk. And then quickly walked that back when they started being questioned because they're like, well, yeah, we don't have a suspect. We don't know who did it. So I guess technically you should be on the lookout.
Right. Exactly.
Stay vigilant.
So to me, this sounds like they're responding for whatever works best for the school and community, not from a police perspective to keep the community physically safe.
Well, right. It's not for the community. It's for the school.
It's
what's
for
best for the
monetary
school.
gains is what it feels like, right? I don't have evidence of that. I think this is good evidence towards creating a potential theory or hypothesis goal. You know what I mean? It's depressing. Like, there's no way that these police officers could have known. Within the first 12 hours, they came out and said that, it's not suspected. Foul play is not suspected.
Yeah, it's absurd.
I'm curious what happened leading up.
Yeah, unfortunately, guys, this is old. They haven't been back that I've seen. I've been looking for them, and I haven't seen them in a long, long, long time.
didn't even have time to investigate it to even say that. You know what I mean? That we don't suspect foul play.
Right. They didn't investigate this at all. Not at all, you guys. This is from February 22nd of 2024, mind you, when they did this. But there was no investigation. They just said he slipped, fell on a rock, and drowned. End of story. They won't release any information on this case, no matter how many times you ask. It goes, like he said, right to the legal department. And you get, unfortunately, Mr. Mayoris at this time, we cannot, there's a word I keep missing. We cannot fulfill your request. There it is. Due to unforeseen circumstances or something like that, it says, and then that's it. And I'm like, what the hell? They don't even give you a good reason.
Damn.
That was years ago that I tried that, like 4 times, nothing.
Up to that. Was the coroner involved? Did they talk to anybody?
Kathy Mabbitt was the coroner.
Yeah, but when that statement was put out.
Oh, right. Did they
What happened before this statement to give them the okay to roll this out?
What time was Hudson found? Like what time
11:30.
What time was the call?
I mean they got there at 11:30, 11:28.
Huh.
Yeah.
And what time did they release that statement? Does it say the date and time?
It doesn't show the time.
Okay.
But the date, yeah, it's the date of the crime.
So crazy.
Yeah. It is. It is. So where this really started getting a lot of attention and drawing a connection here is with a post that was posted to Twitter. And the post read, "I have questions. Moscow LE law enforcement has been running with this whole nothing like this has ever happened here narrative. So does anyone care to explain this? U of I student Hudson Lindau was found dead in Paradise Creek on 5/1 of 2022. You read that right. Another student from U of I died earlier this year."
And he's not the only one.
Right. You're right. Yeah. Context. On 4/30/2022, the night before, Delta Tau Delta held its 90th annual ball where Xana, Maddie, Jake, and JS were
Showalter.
Yep, were all in attendance. Hudson's body was found the next morning in the creek right outside Greek Row. Hudson's death was immediately ruled an accidental drowning. Crazy, right? This post further read, "Could this mean literally nothing?" Or could mean literally nothing, but also here's a picture of Hudson's out. Here's a picture of Hudson outside the girls' house and a map to see where his body was found in relation to the frats and sororities. One of Hudson's friends, blurred out in the photo, is Delta Tau Delta's president, the same frat Showalter was supposedly kicked out of. And riddle me this, where are all the stories on this investigation? Police immediately said there was no foul play upon finding his body. How? What led to him ending up in the creek that night? Everyone was just like, oh, he drowned and moved on. The post at last read, "Not trying to create conspiracy theories here, but for a small town, there sure are some crazy coincidences." I
make it
agree
make
with that.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Make it make sense.
I agree with that. And this is why we're asking these questions here, right? Because in this video, in these few videos that we posted, we had some very big questions and community-based questions around the fraternities. Is fraternity life feeding unhealthy behaviors in a way where it's creating, frat brothers that are more likely to end up in situations like this? Because when you look at the national stats, it feels that way.
It does.
So there have been, I'm not going to use the word conspiracy theories, but there have been people questioning whether the Idaho 4 crime had something to do with this. Did these 4...
I've questioned it myself.
Yeah. Did these 4 know something? Was Ethan unhappy with this current story? Was Ethan... was he able to find out more information? Is there really more to this?
Yeah, as soon as I found out that Ethan was friends with Hudson, like pretty good friends with him, and they were both in Sigma Chi, and that there was a fight at Sigma Chi that night, I immediately started questioning that. You know, at face value, everyone's like, well, the fight at Sigma Chi, like, it was about, you know, Xana and he was made fun of. Like, this roid rage guy is not going to freak out over a girl and somebody saying, you know, he's on steroids.
Which we're covering next, but yes.
Yeah, and go.
Well, to be fair, that's what we're told. We're not told that it could have been something else, by the way. It could have very well could have been.
Like, commit this nearly perfect crime is what they always say. But what if it's not nearly perfect? What if the investigators were so inept they just completely overlooked DNA and evidence, or corrupted it in some way to where it couldn't be used? Like, we have 3 other males' DNA there, and these are friends and close vicinity. What if they're like, okay, well, we cleared those people because they were sleeping, and their other frat brother says they were sleeping, so
I don't want to focus on that. I want to stay focused on this because we're going to talk about that in the next story. So, because yes, I agree with you. However, I think that the evidence that we're seeing based on this crime here is supporting the additional evidence to the misclassification of the case. Actually, we don't even know if it's a misclassification. We have no idea. They slapped a sticker on it and committed to that, even when they got called out for it and had to backtrack, but then came out with a statement saying, well, actually, we do think it's this, and we think it's this, you know? And it was done in a really shady way. And it felt very similar to this, where somebody lost their life here, okay? It's not only just losing their life. They very quickly ruled it an accidental drowning. Then on top of that, they have made the police paperwork, which is public accessible, right? By law, we are supposed to be able to receive access to these documents, and nobody can. Everybody is stonewalled. I've been asking around trying to find, hey, have you seen anybody that's been able to get this? Have you seen anybody that's been able to get this? We've tried to get it, and nobody can get it. Nobody. It's impossible. All right. So help me understand that. If this is just an accidental drowning, then what is the secrecy around this?
Yeah, if it's an accidental drowning, there is no need to hide an autopsy report. There's no need to hide a toxicology report. There is no need to be so secretive. I mean, what if there's so many theories and rumors going around and it really is just an accidental drowning? Why not settle the rumors and show some proof?
It doesn't make sense.
It's absurd. It's absurd, which I think immediately indicates.
Because I'm going to bet you guys that if we were to pull the autopsy on this, that there's no water in his lungs. That's my honest opinion. I'm going to tell you, I believe fully that there is no water in Hudson Lindau's lungs, which in turn means he didn't drown. Okay. That says that he ended up in the river after he was dead, per se. Creek, whatever it's called. That's all I'm saying. That's why I believe. And I think they probably locked it and sealed it when Idaho started, and they saw that all this shit was going to go down, and people may start looking this direction. They probably sealed everything. I'm going to have to go back and see if I can find when it was sealed. There is absolutely such a thing as dry drowning. But I think that's another thing. They don't want us to see this, in my opinion. Just saying. Welcome back, Hemi.
Sorry, Dago. It's been crazy around here.
You're good. On we go.
They're hiding something. I mean, is that not the next logical step here?
I feel like that's a fair assumption. Absolutely. So, you know, if anybody from that area watches this, I don't see how you could watch this and like see these details and not understand how people are begging the question of what is going on here. What is going on here other than not following the laws and the expected rules, regulations of our justice system nationally, not giving the general public the access to these reports, which are our rights, unless there's an open investigation, unless, you know, there's some reasons why we wouldn't get them. None of that's going on here. If this has been ruled an accidental drowning, case closed, right? Moved on. And people are asking these questions.
Yeah.
Why?
If case is closed, there's no reason to continue not giving the reports. And if I were living in Moscow, Idaho, I would be a very concerned citizen and I wouldn't feel very safe.
Right. And who out of the 4 was interested in true crime?
Haley.
Interesting. Interesting.
Maybe she went looking for answers.
Maybe. I'm not sure, but I know that I feel like this hasn't got enough of positive attention, right? And we're just asking the questions. Thought Riot Podcast is not here to answer the questions. We'll give information, the scientific background and everything where we have it. But I don't think we can answer these questions. This is yet again another puzzle that we are not given the tools that we need to solve it and understand it. And we don't even understand why.
Yeah, I mean, the police should have solved it. The police should have looked into it, and they should have given that information to the public. Like, that's how these things are supposed to work. I'm curious if Hudson's family have received the autopsy report, if they've received anything.
Well, yeah, I get where you're going with that statement. I don't think that the public should just...
Let's ask this question. Was there an autopsy? Because it sounds to me like they came upon the scene. They saw a possibility of a bruise on his forehead that could have been put there on purpose. Okay. So is there an autopsy that was done, or did they just see a mark on his head and say, oh, yeah, he tripped and fell and hit his head and he drowned and buried him? Because that's exactly what this sounds like. And being that you can't FOIA it, I'm going to tell you that almost seems almost 100% like what I'm expecting. Just saying.
Trust in the police's report, though. I am against that type of behavior. I don't think we should trust a police investigation. I think it's important to draw our own conclusions by being critical,
Yeah, I think we should obviously scrutinize their work, critique their work, pay attention to what's going on. That is how this is supposed to work in America. That's the basis of our Constitution and our country, is being able to do that, because the people are supposed to run the country. Anyone who's in government is supposed to be in service to us. And if you argue against that, I mean, I don't understand that. It's like the American way. That's how it's supposed to be. But it seems like they want to avoid. It just seems they want to avoid that.
Like, pretend
scrutiny.
These things aren't happening, right? So
it does seem like they want to pretend they're not happening.
Let's flip the coin here, right? And we'll look at it from a good faith, full trust perspective. I can only assume that this is being done in a way where they're trying to control the media narrative. And one suggestion, it's not a suggestion, one fact is you're horribly failing at that. This information is getting out there, right? And I just have a hard time understanding that, because are they looking at this like, oh my gosh, we have a dead body. That is such a bad reflection on us. And it's not. I mean, people die. That's part of having a civilization. There are going to be situations where, unfortunately, life is lost in unexplainable circumstances, right? Yeah,
there's going to be freak accidents. There's going to be really, horrible situations that seem to have happened for no reason, but they still happened. And it doesn't necessarily reflect bad on the university, but that's what makes me question, did this specific death reflect bad on the university? And that's why we don't have any answers. We know Scott Green was president at the time of this murder, or not murder, accidental drowning. Yeah. We know that he has said that a school is only as good as their biggest headlines, or worst headlines. My bad. You're only as good as your worst headlines, or something like that. And he was already coming into being a president from really bad headlines, horrible headlines, and was trying to secure this University of Phoenix deal, which was being heavily scrutinized. He was literally investigated for it because of the issues surrounding that.
Yeah.
He had a meeting or something that was not supposed to happen off the record. But we know all of these things.
Politicians were reaching out and saying, hey, you need to back out of this. Like,
the attorney general tried to file a lawsuit on him.
Well, it's because he wasn't listening to any of them. What I assume that is, and I don't want to get too far off topic here, is I assume they were in good faith reaching out to him and saying, hey, you need to stop. I can't tell you there is a federal investigation into this college, but there's a federal investigation into this college, and you're putting at risk everything by continuing this. Back off, you know?
I know. And then he comes out of the book like he's the best president ever to exist of
Right.
a university.
Right.
So, and he's got all the good advice. So it makes me wonder if this has more to do with the reflection on the university than it does anything. I mean, we know that he was consulted on the Idaho 4 case daily briefings with the police.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, absolutely unacceptable. And I assume it was a very similar situation here.
Yeah, it seems like this got swept under the rug very quickly, unfortunately, because every single human life out there should be appreciated. And even in a really unfortunate situation like this, I still think it's important to remember people. It sounds like the school did not have a vigil for him. It sounds like, based off what was said in here, the parents said, his friends had
impromptu
vigils and whatnot for him. So I can only assume it's because there was not an official one.
I thought there was.
I mean, maybe there was. I need to go back and look. Where I was digging, because I see problems here, is I was trying to find the legal documents, the police records, trying to find anybody that has came across this. Have they ever come forward and said, hey, here you go? Why are people sent to their legal department?
Yeah.
Why? I don't understand it.
No, I can't find anything about a vigil that the university did for him.
The only real response is from Moscow Police Department. You should have received a response from the City of Moscow Legal Department. If you have any questions about the information provided, please contact them at number provided. So there isn't a whole lot of juicy information to bring here, but is that juicy information? That there is none. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes me ask these questions. Was there really a connection? Was this a continuation of, some kind of disagreement? Was he there at that party, that 90th annual whatever party? Where is it? Was he there with the Idaho 4? I don't know. These are questions that I would like to know.
I don't know either. I mean, it's such an odd situation. It really is so weird. And to have a student die and to give no answers, that's insane.
Delta Tau Delta 90th annual. Where'd it go? This website.
Ball or something, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that site is
freaking out.
Yeah, it's being weird.
Welcome.
It looks like they did have a celebration of life for him, but I'm not 100% sure what that exactly means. It looks like his mom set up they listened to his favorite hip hop artist, ate cup bop. Hundreds of attendees celebrated Hudson's life, lingering till the very end of the memorial. But I don't 100% know where this was. This was reported by the UI Argonaut. So I think it is a U of I newspaper or something like that.
Okay. Well, I hope so. Like I said, if there's any information I don't know, it's going to be that. I didn't put a lot of time into.
And that's what I'm saying, is there may not have even been an autopsy if they think that, for whatever reason. I think that's ridiculous.
To researching that specifically because I want to know the details of the situation of how he was found. I would like to know the police report. I would like to.
Good point. Happy says the only time that Paradise Creek had water in it that I remember is there was snow melt off, and usually it was dry or less than half a foot. Well, they're saying it was like 1.5 inches, Happy. So, I mean, there you go. And again, don't get me wrong. I know everybody, somebody can drown in a teaspoon of water, but something's not right with this at all. You should be able to FOIA the information and have it at this point, period.
Have the autopsy. I would like to have the toxicology. Are we going to get the autopsy and find that it was I'm drawing a blank. Who's the other one under the bridge?
Gosh.
Joseph, that was the other one that I had briefly spoke on. I didn't even really get to speak on him. But yeah, him too. That's who they're talking about.
Yeah.
Joseph Wyderick.
Joseph Wyderick had an injury to the back of his head, found frozen under a bridge. Are we going to find out that Hudson Lindau had an injury to the back of the head and, drowned in an undrownable lake, river, creek.
It was a creek. It was a trickle of a creek.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious what you guys think about it. This is really just a prequel to get ready for the conversation next. So let those thoughts riot in the comments below. Let me know if you have any additional information. Let me know if you've been stonewalled trying to get this information. How many people have reached out? And, is there any kind of statement? Should we push harder? Let me know.
Yeah, I think so. I think there needs to be answers.
Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and I know I sound terrible. I know. I got the crud. Whatever the heck it is that millions of us in America have right now.
Shut up. You look terrible, too. Anyway, sorry, guys. It rolled over. All right. So, again, the basic commonsensical thoughts about that situation. Something's wrong. Okay, definitely something is wrong, in my opinion. I don't know. Were you following any of this, Hemi, at all?
Oh, you mean like my girl that talks about? Yes.
Yeah, I have. This reminds me of an old saying: "Those who cannot remember the past are doomed or condemned to repeat it." It sounds like there's a pattern here.
Sure does, doesn't it?
It sounds vaguely familiar. So, what I'd like to know is, in the person that we hardly ever speak about is the President Green himself.
Mm-hmm.
I did take a nap. It's been a day today. Anyway.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, if things are happening underneath his leadership, and we know that he has the pulse of that town, and we also know that house is the house that he grew up in.
Right.
Kind of makes sense if they're out, if true crime is their thing and they're looking into it and they find something that's to the contrary of what they want you to believe, and they find something else that pretty much ended their life. So that's something to look at. That's yeah, that's
was always trying to learn snacks. He's trying to eat.
Right.
As a whole, really.
1 minute here. I'm trying to pull a comment. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Oh, it's so good. I just like to what got me is trying to see if there's some interviews with President Green just to get familiar with him to see what kind of person he is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you think that with all this going on and his like I said, it's underneath his leadership. You think things are being taken care of, but they're not. It's all being swept underneath the rug like it's a big old secret.
Right. Right. Why? Somebody explained to me why, after all these years, that we cannot. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. We cannot FOIA any information in Hudson's death. It should not be an open. It's not an open investigation. It was listed as an accident. He fell, hit his head, drowned. So it should be closed. Case closed. Why can't we FOIA the information off of it, or the autopsy for that matter as well?
Is there any interviews with his parents?
Not that I know
have they
of.
made a statement?
Not that I know of. And I don't even know that, like I said, that there was an autopsy done or toxicology. That's a problem for me. Here we go.
No. Well, we know that they're inept to do any goddamn thing, seems like, from what we get from Idaho Forest. So there's no telling.
Satire said, I wonder if the Chapins were concerned about possible DNA confusion between Ethan and his brother Hunter's DNA swabs. Well, triplets, I know my twins, like, They have the same DNA. It would be identical, from my understanding. At least very, very close. How do we know it's not Hunter's DNA that's at the crime scene? That's a great question, Satire. We don't know. We absolutely do not know. Holy shit, that's a great question. No, they weren't identical, but their DNA is going to be very close to being identical. That's a wild question.
It's
Very good point there, Satire. Thank you, B. Wow. That's a good thought, too. Damn, you got my brain swimming.
I could tell you. I think everybody's looking at Dylan side-eyed, no doubt. But here's the thing, and this has been my opinion all along. They was never going to put those roommates in part of their investigation of a potential perp. I think that because of that is they're protecting the college in the fact that if they was to arrest Dylan or Bethany, that would open up a whole can of worms on other crimes or cases that's being looked at as well. So I don't that will put a whole lot of heat on that college. So that's the reason why they went the route they did. But yeah, I agree with you. She is very suspicious, and I think if we was to really go down the rabbit hole of her and try to stomach through her interview again, we will probably see some nuggets in there. I'm sure that she did drop some form of truth that really points at her.
Yeah.
There's one thing about a serial killer or anybody that has a narrow, well, what do you want to call it, kind of mind. They like to tell on themselves. They like to brag. So that's something they're proud of. So there's few statements that Dylan has said to that contrary that I've heard anyway. So, but yeah, I agree. Dylan was part of it. I had no doubt in my mind on that.
Yep. Good point. Welcome inside your bones. Thank you for joining us. G-Kun, good to see you. Rach is in the house. Yes, that new thumbnail to come to this for the show, guys. Miss Rach created that. I like it a lot, so I figured I would use it. So this next video we're going to jump into, guys, is We're going back to Murder Metal Mayhem again. Mr. Pete Altieri put this out, and this is in regards to Hannah Cleary, folks. Okay, once again, Hannah Cleary at one point was Maddie Mogen's roommate. They shared the same dorm. Hannah took her own life, very sadly. That's alleged. That's the statement that was made about her death. Hannah had another roommate that came forward and said Hannah did not take her own life. There's a lot of rumors floating around that she was bullied very badly by Maddie and or other people. And that was the reason why she, quote unquote, supposedly took her own life. I don't know. Just saying. So we're going to check out what Pete has to say about Hannah here and a couple other things. And again, I'm pointing out how this may relate to the Idaho 4 situation, just like Hudson's that we just went over. Not so much Sam, but definitely Hudson's in this situation as well. So let's check it out. And make sure you guys subscribe to Murder Metal Mayhem with Pete Altieri. Drop the link here again for you guys, and then we'll be getting into the video.
166 seconds for 11 minutes and 6 seconds.
Hold on a minute, guys. I'm having a bit of a little technical issue.
Let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. We're going to the University of Idaho, and we're talking about Hannah Cleary. What happened to her? Remember, though, with all my videos, these are for informational purposes only. These are just my opinions and speculation. I'm not saying anybody's guilty of anything. Just talking about something that interests the both of us. So since I've been doing videos on the Idaho 4 crimes, I've seen people in the comments asking me to do a video on Hannah Cleary. Now, I wasn't very familiar with her story, so I've had this in the back of my mind for a while. And I just posted a video yesterday on Hunter Lindau, and in my research of that, Hannah's name came up in the Google searches. So as you may know, there is a part of this story that is a big no-no to discuss on YouTube. So I'm going to have to do the best I can and be a little creative with the words. So just keep that in mind. The video is intended to draw attention to Hannah's story.
1 second, guys. Sorry. I know there's probably an echo. I'll fix it here in 1 second. All right. We're good.
And if the YouTube gods decide to take it down, then that would fail miserably, and we don't want that. Now, Hannah was born November 13th, 2000 in Boise, Idaho, and was the second of 3 children. Now, it seems the family moved around quite a bit because she lived in Washington, Texas, Wisconsin, and Illinois. She graduated from Meridian High School in Meridian, Idaho in 2019, and that appears to be a suburb of Boise. Interesting how so many people in this story in the Idaho 4 come from that Boise area. And I get it. It's a large city in a state with a lot of small towns, but it's still interesting. Now, she was an English major at the University of Idaho and quite the bookworm. And I can appreciate her love of English since I'm a writer, and I have been buried in books since I learned how to read. She was also minoring in Spanish and planned to get her master's in library science. And she was also employed at the university library. So for a bookworm, that had to be like a dream come true. Now, unfortunately, Hannah's body was found in her small Moscow apartment after she had passed for 3 days. Now, that is such a sad part of this story, to think she felt so alone to do what she did and that no one even realized she was gone for those 3 days. That's just sad. Now, we've been told the official cause of death was that she ingested a lot of over-the-counter sleeping meds. Now, anyone who has suffered from depression can relate to that feeling of just absolute despair. Most people can get themselves out of that funk, but some fall prey to the demons, and sometimes they take you down a path that you just can't come back from. Now, I lost my best friend, Tim, to that back in 2002, and I've never fully recovered from that. Based on the note he left, the despair was definitely heavy in his heart. Now, I know there have been rumors going around about Maddie Mogan and that she shared a dorm with Hannah for 1 year before this happened. Now, since Hannah was very studious and somewhat plain looking, she was bullied by Maddie and her friends. These rumors claim that they tormented her about not looking like the sorority girls and for choosing to study instead of party. It's very unfortunate that this kind of stuff happens, that somebody like Hannah, who was a very pretty girl, but she was made to feel bad about herself compared to the other girls with more conventional good looks, for lack of a better way to describe it. Now, I recently did a True Crime Deep Cuts with Blogger Girl, and she told a story about when she was in college and that she had dealt with some sorority girls that treated her really badly, and because she wasn't part of that scene. And Hannah wasn't either. So we've heard those stories about how this kind of thing happens to a lot of girls in their teenage and young adulthood. So very, very sad reality. Now, there was an Instagram post from Maddie that received a comment after the Idaho 4 crimes happened. And remember that Hannah passed in February of 2022, about 7 months prior. And the post read, quote, "You deserved everything that happened to you, especially what you did to that poor girl. You elitists are all the same. I'll be reserving my spit once they properly bury you," unquote. Now, that is just absolutely awful. But this is what started the conversation, at least in the public, about Maddie and the bullying accusations. Now, do I know that Maddie and her friends bullied this girl? I have absolutely no idea. But those rumors seem to come from multiple people claiming that she wasn't the most pleasant person outside of her circle of friends. Some have speculated she may have been the main target in the Idaho 4 crimes because of that. And I really don't know. And I don't want to victim shame here, but we can't put these victims up on pedestals forever. I mean, they were real people. And if they're going to try to get to the bottom of this horrible crime, they just need to unearth whatever they need to. And that means digging up some negative stuff, then so be it. I mean, that's what you got to do. And even if Maddie and her friends bullied Hannah, that is obviously no reason to exact violence on her the way that was done there on King Road. I mean, bullying is absolutely wrong, shouldn't be tolerated, but vigilantism is not the answer. Now, the story about Hannah Cleary is a very sad one. To think that a young woman with aspirations to get her master's degree and to work in a library due to her love of books would do something like what happened here is absolutely heartbreaking, especially for me, a fellow lover of books and all sorts of literature. I never had those aspirations that she had, but I think I can relate to it in a certain way. Now, if you're watching this video and you need help for mental health issues, please seek it. In most areas of the United States, you can dial 988 or text that number and someone will come on to talk to you. So please don't let those negative feelings get unchecked. There's no shame in reaching out for assistance. That's what it's for. And I know my friend Tim, who fell victim to that, never reached out to me or anyone else about this. He kept it bottled up inside and decided to put an end to his misery. If he would have known that at his funeral, there were so many people there that there were people standing up in the back, he wouldn't have probably done what he did. Most people don't realize how many people that we touch in our lives. And I bet if he knew that, he might not have taken his life back in 2002. Again, I'm not saying Maddie is guilty of bullying Hannah, but I wanted to do this video for those of you who asked, and I wanted to mention those accusations. Please keep that in mind the next time you formulate your own opinion here. And just remember Hannah, and the next time you feel depressed, don't swallow those feelings. Find someone to talk to. She was a sister, a daughter, and a friend to many. And her father publicly stated on social media that he didn't think anything happened other than what was reported. So take that for what it's worth. I'd love to see your comments on this one. It's an interesting case, very sad, and it does have some ties to the Idaho 4 because of Maddie. So I thought I would bring this to you. I do want to take the time.
All right, thanks again, Pete, for that one. Again, like I said, some of these cases are hard to like really get true answers and stuff too. 1 second. Just 1 second, I'm trying to load.
Yeah, I'm looking at the what's available for President Green. There was one in particular I'm trying to look for. I can't find it. There was a memorial that he did an interview for when they removed it. They did a special place on campus for the memorial, and he had an interview for it. I was trying to see.
Thank you, Brian. Love you, bro, guy.
Hold on.
Just a minute, you guys. Bear with me. I'm trying to get this to load. Some of these are a little bit older, and they're not working the way that I want them to. Just bear with me for a minute.
Anyway, I'll look into that later on when I have time to really dig deep into President Green.
Sure.
There's something about that guy that's just really
right.
And I don't know if anybody has ever done a deep dive on President Green, have they?
Oh yeah, a lot of us have.
Okay.
Way back when we went into his financial.
What are your impressions of President Green?
He's a piece of shit, a greedy, money-hungry piece of shit. That's what I got out of it.
Well, then I guess I just stopped my searching.
Right. So hold on. All right, now I'm not saying this is true, guys, what I'm going to show you here, but Huda put this out. You guys know who Huda is. And this was back. Oh, Lord, 1 second. One second. January 13th, 25. So this is a year ago. And again, thank you again, Brian, for that membership, buddy. I appreciate you very much. Let me run this here. 1 second, guys. I'm going to load this. Oh, shoot. No, I'm not. Brian dropped his membership, and it looks like... Holy shit. Wait a minute. Meg, what are you doing? Lisa, the one that I spelled wrong, she received her membership. Welcome to the sauce. And it looks like our own little Miss Meg just dropped 10 there. Those 10 went to Chris Tat, TDS 3681, Chihuahuas in Crime. That's cute. Miss Kel 1112, Mark B 1234, Jazz King 68, What You Give 1, Gray Wolf 3081, Whitney James, Tanel Ray. Congratulations to you. And then Miss Meg snuck around and dropped another 10 more. Damn, Meg. Very generous of you, dear, and very, very sweet of you. God bless, hon. We appreciate you so very much. And those went to Freckled Gemini, Felipe Courtois, 7883, Combat Vet Price, 1974, Cherish 7, Chris Ward. 1 minute. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Higgy 4206, Big B 16, Beth Garcia or Beth Cachia. Sorry. Let me see. I think that covered those ones. And congrats to all of you. Again, thank you very much for jumping in the sauce with us. And Meg, thank you. That's so very generous and sweet. And then Brian dropped another one that went to Honey Wheels 8771. Brian, thank you so much. So we got 38 new meatballs jumping in the sauce tonight, guys. That is amazing. You guys are so very amazing. Good Lord, and thank you so very much. You guys are appreciated. God bless. Love you, Meg. Too much. There you go. All right, guys. All right, back to this one again. This is a little something that Huda put out last year about something to do with Hannah's case and her situation in relation to the possible relation of the Idaho Port case as well. Good to see you, Miss Kim.
London. This is for education purpose only. I'd like to start by paying my respects to the 4 victims and the families, condolence to the families. May they rest in peace, and may the correct justice be served. I've already uploaded 2 clips yesterday explaining what I've analyzed at the grub truck. I personally believe that some of these students, some of these frat boys, are carrying something in their pockets and their pants. I showed you the belt the guy had on with the long thing under his pants. My dear subscribers and viewers, I love your comments. They're really interesting. Please, with all due respect, do not use the word KNIFE or anything of that sort, because I can see YouTube is deleting it quickly, and this will be an issue for me and my channel. I just want to point out what I see This has been interesting for me for a very long time. If you pay attention to John Roger Showalter, he seems to have something in his pocket too. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be bulging out. It could be a phone. It could be anything. I wonder if it's a cable. Allegedly. I wonder who Kaylee was texting that night. She was receiving texts, I believe, and she was texting back. John Jack Showalter doesn't seem to be very happy about that. Let's not forget, he said, you know, we are going to get you, Maddie. In my opinion. In the 4chan post, Anonymous said that David L. could see the windows and inside the house of 1122 Kings Road. I'm sure he lives in the second floor to get a better view. In 4chan, they said that when the lights go off, they will go and get it all done within 19 minutes. Let's not forget that. They said they wouldn't take any phones with them. They had the alibi already ready. Sigma Chi fraternity took out everything from the Facebook under 2018. Sorry, from 2022 right up to this incident. They deleted everything at the Sigma Chi fraternity Facebook. The president of the Sigma Chi said that they don't have cameras. What a coincidence. I wonder if this was when Maddie told Adam about what Kaylee told her. She's standing here with Jack, and Adam is on the other corner. Could Adam have told Jack what was said? Was there something that upset him? I wonder where Jake was that night. Maddie looks so happy. May she rest in peace. Was this a crime of passion? Because allegedly, David L. wanted Xana for himself. According to the 4chan article, allegedly. The 4chan is just from Anonymous. But I wonder who Mr. Anonymous is. Is he from the Sigma Chi fraternity? What do all of these people have in their pants? Inside the jeans? Do they have a waist belt and a weapon, allegedly? Look at the one in the gray hoodie. I've showed him a couple of times. I personally believe he's carrying something. I've always said it's a grub truck and the Banfield. If Brian Christopher Koberger did not do the unalivings, I believe it's the students that did it, allegedly. The more I research, the more I analyze this case and these videos, it's clear to see that it's the threats that I beef with these students. Check out his jeans.
So what she's trying to say is that she believes that Hannah Clary's brother was at the grub truck that night. That's the only understanding I got out of this. And I'm just showing you what she's explaining with that part of it.
And please let me know what y'all think he has in his jeans. He has a black belt, I think, to hold the long weapon he's carrying. These are the Sigma Chi fraternity boys. I'm shocked over this. And we want the correct justice for Katie. What is he carrying?
This is not showing the part that I thought. Anyway, I don't think he's carrying anything, to be honest with you. I mean, he could be, but I don't think it's anything like that. In fact, this doesn't get too much into. I grabbed the wrong one. There was two. 1 second here. 1 second. Where did Hannah's video go that has more of the... 1 second, sorry. Now, there's a lot of tarot readings on this that explain a lot of weird things about this. I'm not going to really play into those guys because that's not really the way I do things. I'm not saying that they're not true, okay? Hold on here. One minute. All right, this is another one I had found. Like I said, this one is very hard to find anything on news or anything, guys. And again, you can't get any info on this. It's crazy. All right, let's try this one. Yeah, Pete was from Sigma Chi too. And Hannah's brother was very upset. That's Hannah. Huda did a different one, and I must have mixed them up or something. But I'll show you this one instead. It's easier to understand for the most part.
This talked about very little, and I think this is huge. I think this right here, I hope investigators, FBI, and the police are looking into this situation. It has now come out. Apparently, somebody posted on Twitter that there was a girl who allegedly committed suicide February 24th of this year. This is Hannah Cleary. Hannah was also a student at the University of Idaho. What's even more ironic is that she was one of the victims' roommates, old roommates, ex-roommates. She used to live with Maddie. Now, this person put out a tweet and said she deserved it. Each and every one of them.
So this is where there was a couple people that put some statements out. That one of them was another roommate of Hannah's that lived with them. Okay, that she's one of the ones that made the accusation that this was not suicide. Okay, I'll put it that way. So, I can't think of her name, but I have another little thing we can look at too. But again, there's not very much here. Yeah, the address is date of death, 11/22. Hannah's birthday was 11/15, by the way, too. Very weird. What's going on with Carlos? Did I miss something? What's the matter, Kim? What did I miss? 1 second here. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Prayers, Kim. 100% for Carlos. I hope he's safe. I hope he stays safe. Yeah, no problem, Beach. Sorry. It's just Huda does. I'm not degrading her work. She's just hard to understand sometimes, and it's a little easier to watch different things. My apologies. Yeah, Brian said that there were 9 overdosing deaths that connected to 11/22, guys. That's kind of wild. And no reports. Surprise.
And deserve what they got. Karma finally caught up to the horror all of her gang did to that little girl back then. Now, you already know, if you put this kind of stuff.
So that's the rumor, was that Maddie belonged to a group of girls that were mean girls, per se. They were all friends, and they would terrorize Hannah, teasing her, picking on her about her weight, her glasses, her clothes, her style of dressing, blah, 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 so on and so forth. They picked on her badly. I don't know, but it's showing that it is what it is, okay?
On social media, I'm pretty sure your account's going to get took down real quick, fast, in a hurry. I'm just saying that's
because nothing happens in Moscow, of course, Bitchy's right.
That's how the world works. I mean, I've said far less and got my accounts took. So, I mean, I'm just pointing that out there, okay? And we do like to point out and discuss the facts, not the misinformation. I did find this comment too. Not saying anyone deserves what happened, But you can see in the food truck video the way Maddie just kind of plows through that group of three like they don't even exist, and then starts trying to grab other people's food. She definitely didn't have manners. Yeah, you can say, but she was drunk. But my opinion is people's true colors show when they're drunk. Now, everybody's got their own opinions on that.
And again, this is not meant to attack any of the victims. There's no victim shaming I'm trying to do. All I'm trying to do is show you guys a different angle at this that is very interesting and always has been to me with some of the other deaths that happened around this area is all I'm saying. I want you guys to take it, think about it, and create your own perception of it, obviously.
But y'all, the Hannah situation, her committing suicide after allegedly being bullied. Now, this post was put out there to clarify. Hannah Cleary took her life in February. Apparently, she shared a dorm with one of the victims and got bullied. Her birthday was November the 15th. These 4 people got murdered November the 13th, 2 days before Hannah's birthday. Now, Hannah's father has
9 overdose connected to 1122, not specifically at, but connected to.
been quoted, has been said, I guess he's been on the social medias, and he's come out and said, I just want to confirm or clarify that Hannah overdosed on an over-the-counter sleeping medication. Now, there's been a lot of people, a lot of different people saying, no, she was being bullied. That's why she took that amount of sleeping medication. I mean, look, her daddy said it was an accidental overdose. Now, here's my thing, okay? You think her daddy, if this girl got bullied and she committed suicide because she was...
And so that everybody understands, the roommate that came out and said Hannah did not kill herself, she was murdered. It's known that she took an overdose of sleeping medication, okay? The way the girl means this is that she was pushed into that, to taking her own life by these people because of the bullying and things like that. That's what she's saying. So, the channel that this is coming off of, you guys, sorry, I thought I put it up there, my apologies, is from Crime Line. Hold on a minute here. So that in turn is why the other roommate believes that, in her opinion, it's considered murder because she was pushed into taking her own life because of the bullying was so bad. So, and the link to this channel is right there, Crime Line. Should you guys want to jump over there and check it out.
bullied. If her daddy, the Hannah girl's daddy, or anybody in her family, if anybody in Hannah Cleary's family had anything to do with this murder of these 4 Idaho students, do you think he would publicly state, yes, my daughter committed suicide because she was bullied by these people? No, because in my opinion, that would put him as a suspect. He doesn't want to be on the suspect list. Now, I do want you to sit back and think to yourself, if your child is being bullied, you're going to have some thoughts on that. Are you not? Are you not? Okay. Now, since this key piece of information has come out, I think it's very, very important that we know all the stuff that's going on. Now, I previously thought that maybe it was the ex-boyfriend. Maybe it was Jack. Maybe that's why the dog didn't bark. Maybe it was the other roommates who was sleeping downstairs who ironically were unharmed, who ironically didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. But now, since I've heard that there was this Hannah Cleary who was an ex-roommate of one of the victims, and now there's people coming out saying Hannah was bullied by these people and they got what they deserved. Y'all, that absolutely, to me, has a lot to do with everything that we're discussing. But I do want to know y'all's thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Like I said, okay, the Hannah girl's daddy did come out and say, oh, well, she just accidentally overdosed. So everybody's like, well, okay, clear him. I'm like, no. I don't think anybody needs to be just cleared that quick. You get what I'm saying? I think at this point, when you got 4 people that have been murdered and you've got the police and investigators don't even know where the hell to start, you got the families of these victims out here on national TV claiming that they're finding out more through social media and through the news than through the actual police department and investigators, that says a lot to me. It says a lot. Do y'all think the Hannah Cleary committing suicide has anything to do with the murders of these 4 students? Let me know in the comments below. Please share this video. Subscribe if you have not already. I'll see y'all in my next video. Please remember to keep the...
Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. One minute, trying to load something else too, real quick. Sorry, guys. It's 1 minute. Sorry, guys, it's giving me a pain in the butt to get to this. 1 second. Oh, Lord. 1 minute. Where's it at? This has been such a pain in the butt, especially with Hannah. I knew it was going to be hard, but... Alexa, all right, let's see. It's not letting me load it. Good Lord. 1 minute. No, don't know why this won't let me load this. Or I can't even bring this up, but 1 minute. Come on. One second. Okay, is that gonna let me go in there? I'm still here. Thank you guys for your patience. This is just giving me such a problem. Let's see. Let me see.
I'm so sorry, Dago, for being a bad co-host. I got a bunch of stuff going on at the house right now.
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about that. That's not why I brought you up here. You're up here just to express feelings and stuff. No worries. Okay, so I can't get the 4chan thing to work anymore. I think maybe they took it down, but I was gonna pull and show you some of the stuff that was put out, but it's not there. So I will go to.
Did they take that part down where they was talking about it took them 15 minutes to get there? You know, some shit like that. And there was like 4 of them. Did you hear me, Dago?
Say that one more time. It cut out. I'm sorry.
Do you remember that one part of that chain post that said that it took them 15 minutes on foot?
Oh yeah. You can pull that up. I had that saved. Yeah, but you can pull that up via the Wayback Machine, I think, still too.
Okay.
So it says that she took her own life. That's the whole basis of the whole thing. Said she wasn't found for 3 days. They believe that somebody may have done it. Her father says that she did it herself. I mean, there's a whole thing with this, guys, and it's very hard to find like anything. It's crazy. So the statement here was on this is Hannah Clary did not overdose. You cannot overdose on 40 milligrams of generic over-the-counter sleep aid medication. Each gel cap in the bottle was 50 milligrams. 40 milligrams is less than 50. Okay. Mabbitt falsified the toxicology report. Hannah's POS excuse of a father lied. I have her MPD papers. Stop spreading bad information. So this was the person that, in my opinion, stated that she didn't overdose, that something else happened to her. Okay. There's a whole thing behind this. And again, this is one more thing that you cannot FOIA and get anything out of. It's crazy. Okay. So then there was another post up here. It says every single one of you talking shit about Hannah are literally pathetic. I thought we all graduated 4 to 5 years ago, and y'all want to drag her through the mud, and for what reason? Calling her fake and a bully and all other kinds of shit. And if you can't tell me an effing story where she bullied you, then shut the F up. Y'all are disgusting. See, this person had read this wrong, I believe. So that makes no sense, but whatever. Anyway, the comments, there's a lot of comments on this. And I think one of the roommates that lived with her is one of the ones that comments in here somewhere. 1 minute. There were a couple posts in here that really caught my attention when we went through this. 1 minute.
You got it.
And I think the woman that was on here talking about that was her stepmother. Just trying to find this post in here, you guys. Come on. Where's it at? I can't, unless they removed the post, but it was very clear. The girl that was her other roommate stated that Hannah did not take her own life. Hannah was murdered. That's how she stated it. So damn it. I don't see it anymore. Is it in here? Well, so this is in reference to some of the other people that are in. It says, I haven't seen anything about Hannah. Let me just remind some of the bitches on this post who bullied me that you made my life a living hell. You literally made me want to commit suicide when I was 13. You have no effing room to talk. I remember Hannah and Olivia sticking up for me and having my back. So for the one saying that you're the pot calling kettle black, you're someone who bullied me back in high school and made me want to die. Sit down and go do some more drugs since you obviously haven't grown up. Good people are little idiots. Good God, people are little idiots. So these are some of these people, you guys, that were involved in this, all of these conversations. I'm going to tell you right now, there are people that post things, okay, and there are people that post bullshit. And I'm sorry to say this, but I can't believe that every one of these people that post something is wrong. Does that make sense?
Oh my God. There you go.
Yep.
I understand we're talking about the Idaho 4, but I just read something on TV that President Trump is declaring martial law on Minnesota.
Yeah, I told you that was going to happen. Remember? Because of the whole ICE shooting, I told you guys that was coming. Because of the rioting and stuff. I told you. He said he was going to do it. So he did it. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I'll be damned. I can't find the damn comment, you guys. I'm sorry. I even went into my stuff where I thought I had it downloaded and it's gone. So that's not going to happen. But anyway, I guess I'm going to have to be done with that then. So here's the deal. What I read was there was a lot of statements about that stuff, okay, about her being bullied by Maddie and her group of friends, so on and so forth, to an insane amount. Then there was the talk that she overdosed on the sleeping pills because of it. Then there were other posts that came out and said that she hadn't been found for 3 days, okay, and that they found the medication near her when they found her, and that it's believed that somebody forced her to do it. Okay. There's a few different theories, and I can't find any of this stuff now. I don't know why. I don't know why, unless it was all removed, which is really shitty. Because I can't pull up the 4chan post, nor can I pull up the Facebook post now on it. It's ridiculous. Completely. Unreal. So, my apologies, you guys. But we've pretty much covered the time a lot that I wanted to do this in anyway. So, again, thank you, Colleen. The roommate said there was blood on the bed, but I can't remember if that was, yeah, that's Justin came out and covered this too. See, that's what I was under the, there were so many things that were confusing on this SRB. There was a story that they found her at her dorm room. There was a story that had happened at her home. So on and so forth. The point is they lost a lot of people here, okay? My biggest issue is Hudson Lindau. I don't like that situation, the way that went down. I have questions about Hannah Clary's situation. Of course, we know what happened with Caden Young, supposedly. Or is it? There was talk that Caden had information on what happened with Lindau, okay? And then all of a sudden, he overdoses on drugs. Interestingly enough. It's kind of wild. These things are just wild to me. That's all I'm saying. Is there a connection with the Idaho 4 situation, or is it just coincidental that these things went down and that was it? You know what I mean? I don't know for sure, and I can't say it's a for sure situation, but it is definitely weird. It is definitely weird.
Especially how they was trying to do it like they did Idaho 4, sweep it all up underneath the rug. Don't worry about nothing here. Nothing to see.
Right.
This is the way they do things. This is how they do it. Right? Anyway.
Okay, for anybody that to get upset about what Hemi just said, there's a news report that says Trump threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. I don't know if anything's happened yet. Just giving you that there. Because there's a lot of rioting going on. So, and I think, guys, we kind of expected that. I hope nobody gets hurt. I hope that they can control the situation. I'm not going to jump into it and start reporting it because I don't like to report political sided things. So hopefully that it doesn't turn into something horrible. That's all I'm saying. It's already bad enough, but the whole thing is sad. That's all I'm going to say. But
goodness Christ.
Does anybody have any other thoughts on this whole thing about Lindau, Hannah Cleary? Like I said, Sam's situation doesn't really relate to that extreme, but it still relates to the fraternity side of things, which I think is still somewhat of an issue. So again, I think, and then yes, Joseph Lydrick, who they found under the bridge, frozen. Okay, and again, these things just don't match up, and I'm trying to find more. I tried last night to find more about this guy. I can't find anything about Hudson, and I can't find anything about Hannah. I don't know if they buried it, and they obviously you guys heard the story about what happens when you try to FOIA stuff for Hudson. You get denied. I never tried to FOIA anything for Hannah because I was told that if I did, it would get denied because it was a private situation, whatever the hell that means. I don't see how that can be something, but I never tried. Maybe I will try, and I'll see if it matches up to anything else. But yeah, if anybody has any comments or anything, I don't see much.
No, I'm good. I mean, don't really know everything there is to know about it. So.
Right. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, Molly. Also, thank you. Where'd it go? Oh wow, thank you.
I mean, I think that's pretty interesting though, Dago, because if you think about it, like I said earlier, they're into true crime and they were digging into this stuff and trying to figure out what's going on, and they found out something they shouldn't have found out.
Right. Now, okay. I thank you, Molly. I did have that. I forgot about that. If it'll load. Okay, so they televised Hannah Cleary's funeral on the internet. Okay. I don't know if it was because of when that happened. There was other things going on, but 1 second here. But there was a lot of comments from that when they. I'm not going to show the funeral because I think that's kind of morbid. But they did. They put it. They televised it via YouTube. You can watch it right here. There it is. It's kind of wild, and I think it was because of the big C. But after that, you could see. You could see comments, and it showed here. Let me show some of this stuff here. Give me a minute. I remember some of these comments. So this one comment here says, wow, the pain and the love in that room are palpable. I have all sorts of thoughts about the person or persons who caused Hannah so much pain that she saw no other way out. Bullying is a disgrace and a plague among our young people today. And God bless you, Hannah. May God hold you up, your family and friends. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's one. But there were other ones in here that were a lot, unless, again, they removed them. Then again, it says what goes around comes around. Sometimes that's exactly why those college students were off, probably. And there's a lot of people making those statements. And it says those who protected Hannah should be protected themselves. Again, she was bullied to the brink by a group of real-life mean girls who ended up getting their karma. And again, and it seems to be adding more than just Maddie to that mix, if they're talking about them all like that. I'm going to look into that as much more as I can to see if I can actually pull anything out of there, guys, because that's really ironic if it's true, okay? Again, interesting comment. Genuinely, where there is smoke, there's fire. A small community knows where the skeletons lie. To whitewash the pain caused by the mean girls is more than egregious. Sorry, I can never say that word right. Let the truth bring forth wherever it lands. See? And there's a lot of people that have made statements like this that say they know the truth. They know what was going on. They saw what happened. And then this happened shortly thereafter the fact. And it was a big problem. Is it plausible that that's related to this, you guys? That's my whole point with this, okay? So,
remember, Dago, I've always asked, there's something tied to all of this that's manipulating, pulling strings. What is that?
Right.
That's the ultimate. That's the feeling about that. That's my feeling. Things just don't keep happening just because, for no reason. There has to be a reason.
No, Jane, it's okay. I do watch and follow some of them. I just don't present them because I've had bad reactions from people because a lot of people get upset about it. So I just don't go that direction. But I will watch and listen to them. And I have seen, Jane's right. I've seen probably 4 or 5 tarot reading channels that have talked about, and they all come out with the same ending. And it does relate to her being bullied. It actually, a couple of them have said that she didn't take her own life, that it was something else that went down. So I don't know, I don't know, but it's very interesting. I'm going to try to look more into her to see if I can find anything even after at this point. And it does seem, in my opinion, that there could possibly be a link through some of this stuff too. Okay. I know there's 45 different angles that we've looked at this case, and I know this is just another one, guys. But I've always been bothered by these things. The fact that these other people lost their life, and it just doesn't make sense. So,
has there been any other incidents that's happened since the Idaho 4?
Say again.
Has there been any other murders or anything like that in Idaho since 2022?
Not that's been recorded. But there's many things that have happened in Moscow. They don't take reports, bro. And I'm sure they're definitely not going to take reports now. If there was something that went down, do you think they're going to tell us about it now? No, not right now. What's up, Donnie? So again, I'm just wondering. Like I said, I'm going to look into Hannah's situation a little bit deeper and see if there's somehow I can pull something out of this. Okay. And there's some other stuff. Thank you so much for the emails that were sent to me. I really appreciate that. They're very interesting. I'll be looking into those too. So at that point, guys, I think that's going to do it. I've had you guys here like 4.5 hours already, and it's probably too long. I know I've bored you guys to some aspect, and I really just wanted to show you the possibility of a vague connection maybe to some of these other deaths within the Idaho 4 situation. What's up, Moto Man? Good to see you, and thank you so much. When will this case make sense? I think we hit a wall to some extreme, possibly, yeah. But I'm not going to stop just because. So thank you, bro, for that. I appreciate it very much. Going towards our goal, I think that was, well, the goal expired, but I still think that'll help. Thank you very much, brother. We appreciate you very much. So thank you guys all so very much. Thank you for joining me today, guys. I appreciate it very much. Yes, that's a good one. Revelation Tarot, guys, go check them out because that's one of the ones that I follow myself. Essie's right. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some of you guys tonight over at Devil's Advocates, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. Always great conversations over there. Thank everybody for supporting us here. Any support you guys have given our channel is always appreciated. God love. Thank you, Meg, and everybody that bought the memberships. It's amazing. Again, we ended up at 38 new members today, guys. That's so amazing. Thank you so much for that. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing. And I will see you guys tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Devil's Advocates as we jump up on that panel and have great discussions. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about this tonight. Who knows? See you guys then. Nothing but love for you guys. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.
See ya.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lies.